Chapter 691. Yes, I know. Vice Hall Master Shu waved his hand and said, "You can leave now." After the disciple left, Vice Hall Master Shu rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time. He thought to himself, this guy is really lucky. I wonder if Lu Lihong made a move. Well, he probably didn't. Otherwise, this guy would have died in the strange birch forest. He wouldn't even be able to see the beast tide, let alone avoid it. Alas, poor Lu Lihong. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. He deserved to die in the beast tide. He made me lose a few Yuhuandan pill for no reason. If I had known earlier, I would have given it to him after he came back. Well, Ren Xiaoyaro must have some tricks up his sleeves to be able to avoid the beast tide. It seems that my guess is right. Humph, how could a little medicine boy from the Rejuvenation Valley have such ability? Not only did he save 8 disciples, but he also managed to escape from the canyon by himself. Even with the help of the Misty Hall's disciples, it's impossible. Even a pig wouldn't believe that there isn't anything fishy about this. Only a frog in a well like purple ginseng would believe that. Orchid Twilight is a good opportunity. Now that I haven't gotten rid of him, he's in the limelight. If I find an excuse in the future, it will be troublesome. Forget it, let him be for now. He's not the only eyesore in the fragrant cult. I can't deal with them one by one. Vice Hall Master Shu stood up and said to himself, this guy is really good at bewitching people. Even if you beat him to death, he won't say anything. We've only known each other for a few days, but they have such a close relationship. It seems that I have to be more careful of him in the future. But fortunately, he didn't cause too much trouble. If he's dissatisfied, he won't come looking for me. If he really comes, hehe, don't blame me. While thinking, Vice Hall Master Shu seemed to have seen something funny and couldn't help laughing. Zhong Xiaohua returned to Tianmu Peak under the escort of Li Chengxiu and senior brother Li. As soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak, he saw the patrolling disciple. The patrolling disciple seemed to recognize Li Chengxiu. He approached him from afar and cupped his fists. Greetings, senior brother Li. Is there any official business for you to drive a carriage to Tianmu Peak? Li Chengxiu returned the greeting and said, there is an official matter. Junior brother, please ask Headmaster Chen to come out. The disciple was stunned. It's Headmaster Chen, not Wu Dalang? That's right. Head Boss Chen, please come over for a chat. Senior brother, please wait for a moment. With that, the disciple hurriedly turned around and left. Zhong Xiaohua sat in the carriage. Seeing that disciple leave, she smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Li, what are you doing? You could have just let me go by myself. Why did you have to provoke Headmaster Chen? Li Chengxiu said, Junior Brother Ren is the hero of Tianmu Peak. If we don't let him come and pick you up, wouldn't it seem that our pill haul is unkind? Zhong Xiaohua secretly shook her head. In fact, she was a little unhappy when she came out of 100 Herb Hall. Wasn't the purpose of her coming to the incense religion to find her second brother, Zhong Xiaohu? Since she had already found him, why should she lower her voice to others? Alas, I'm used to keeping a low profile. I can't change it in a short time. I don't even know how to be arrogant. Zhong Xiaohua could only think like this. At this time, Tianmu Peak was similar to the time when Zhong Xiaohua first came. However, there were faint figures around the mountainside. They must be patrolling. Not far away, she met Bai Huan's hut. The light was dim and there was no one. I wonder what Bai Huan is doing now. I wonder if he has been taking care of Huan Huan these days. This guy wouldn't have barbecued Huan Huan when he heard that I was trapped in the Yulan Grand Canyon, right? Zhong Xiaohua suddenly had such a ridiculous thought. Even if Bai Huan was 3 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Thinking of Bai Huan's fear of getting into trouble, Zhong Xiaohua secretly laughed. I promised to give him a bottle of blood-replenishing pills when I came back. This sage is so generous. I don't need to pluck his hair anymore. Ha ha ha. Just as she was thinking, she saw a few figures hurrying over from afar. Li Chengxiu smiled and said, Junior Brother Ren, put down the curtains and give Headmaster Chen a surprise. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and hid in the carriage. Chen Fengxiao rushed to the front of the carriage. He first looked at the carriage in surprise. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed. Junior brother Li, what business does the hall have? Li Chengxiu was a disciple of the pill division. Normally, he wouldn't look for him. Since he was looking for him at this hour, it must be something important. Li Chengxiu smiled and said, I have good news for Headmaster Chen. Come, let Headmaster Chen meet someone. As he spoke, he lifted the curtains of the carriage and stood to the side, watching with a smile. Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the carriage in the darkness. He cupped his hands and bowed. Headmaster Chen, I trust you have been well since we last met. If Nai Qianyu was at the side, she would have spat out those words. However, when Chen Fengxiao saw Zhong Xiaohua, he was stunned. He didn't seem to be as surprised as Zhong Xiaohua had imagined. Chen Fengxiao was stunned for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at Zhong Xiaohua. How are you still alive? Seeing Chen Fengxiao lose his composure, Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. Of course I'm still alive. Don't tell me I'm dead. Li Chengxiu, who was at the side, was also embarrassed. She thought to herself, what kind of standard is this? You call yourself the headmaster of Tianmu Peak. You don't even know how to welcome me. If I had known, I wouldn't have put on airs and made such a melodramatic surprise. This is great. Ren Xiaoyao has lost so much face. When he heard Zhong Xiaohua's question, Chen Fengxiao immediately knew that he was wrong. He hurried forward and grabbed Zhong Xiaohua's hand. He said loudly, little brother, you're finally back. You should know that when I heard that you were buried in the Grand Canyon, I didn't have any appetite for food or sleep. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but shrink back. She thought to herself, is there a need for that? You scared me until I had goosebumps all over. Then, Chen Fengxiao wiped away his tears and forced himself to say, but I know that little brother is doing this for our pill repository hall, for our Tianmu Peak, for little brother's unfulfilled wish. I cannot fall, that's why I am holding on. Every time I can't hold on any longer, little brother's tall back will appear in front of my eyes. Your broad shoulders will give me endless strength and I will immediately have the motivation to act. It's you, little brother, your actions and your spirit that inspired me, allowing me to integrate myself into the limitless construction of Tianmu Peak. It's you, Ren Xiaoyao, who is selfless, oh my god. Li Chengxiu, who was at the side, was finally moved. She thought to herself, this is the great manager Chen in my heart. I am far from being able to catch up to him. No wonder he is the great manager, and I am only patrolling. How can I catch up to him? Just as Chen Fengxiao was chattering away, several people came from afar. When they got closer, they were Wu Dalang and the others from the pill department. When Wu Dalang saw Zhong Xiaohua, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face was full of excitement. After greeting Li Chengxiu, he walked over and said, congratulations, little brother. You actually managed to escape from a disaster. As the saying goes, one who survives a disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Little brother's future is boundless. Seeing Wu Dalang's unnatural expression, Zhong Xiaohua muttered in his heart. However, he didn't say it out loud. He cupped his hands and said, I'll be counting on Wu Dalang's auspicious words. At this time, Li Chengxiu smiled and said, since the two heads of Tianmu Peak have appeared, my mission can be considered completed. Alright, you guys can bring Ren Xiaoyao over. I'll report back to the White Mountain Peak. Wu Dalang smiled and said, Junior brother Li, you can stay here for the night. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow morning, right? Too late, too late. I still have to report back to Lord Hall Master. Oh right, Lord Hall Master has ordered for Ren Xiaoyao to recuperate carefully. He needs to recover from his injuries first, and in the future. He stopped here. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Lord Hall Master didn't say anything else. I can't make wild guesses. Is that so? Wu Zhouxiu and Chen Fengxiao looked at each other and exchanged glances. They smiled and said, then junior brother Li must be careful. Well said, well said. Junior brother Ren, goodbye. I hope to see you on the White Mountain Peak one day. Li Chengxiu cupped his hands and bid farewell to Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua also smiled and bowed. After Li Chengxiu left, everyone came forward to congratulate Zhong Xiaohua. Firstly, Zhong Xiaohua had returned safely. Secondly, she had caught the Hall Master's eye. She would definitely have a bright future. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and acknowledged them one by one. Blood gushed out from the corner of her mouth. "Ayo, little brother, are you seriously injured?" At this moment, Chen Fengxiao and the rest finally realized why Li Chengxiu had escorted Zhong Xiaohua over in a horse carriage. They hurriedly instructed, "Quick, arrange a quiet room for little brother and bring some of our Tianmu Peak's medicinal pills over." While they were talking, several people rushed over from afar. Before they even got close, they shouted, "Is junior brother Ren back? Wasn't it Lu Chaoxian and the others?" Hearing their anxious and surprised shouts, Zhong Xiaohua's heart warmed. She whispered, "Is it senior brother Lu?" "Yes, little brother has returned. Junior brother Ren, junior brother Ren." The 8 of them quickly walked to the front of the carriage. When they saw that it was really Zhong Xiaohua, they immediately burst into tears. They were tears of surprise. They bowed together and said, "Thank you, junior brother Ren, for saving our lives. As senior brothers, we will never forget it." Zhong Xiaohua hurried forward and helped them up one by one. She said, "Didn't I say earlier that since I am your leader, I must protect you all? Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." But Lu Chaoxian, senior brother Wang, and the others choked with sobs. Junior brother Ren actually put himself in danger and lured the ferocious beasts to chase after us, allowing us to escape. This kind of righteousness is really, in fact, when it came to saving people, it was normal to have the strength to do so. However, people like Zhong Xiaohua, who knew that there was endless danger but still fed the tiger with her own body, that was really not easy. In this world, there were not many people who could do this. It was no wonder that Lu Chaoxian and the others desperately wanted to thank Zhong Xiaohua. However, Zhong Xiaohua scratched his head. He really didn't think so. -3. Chapter 692. Seeing Lu Chaoxian and the rest acting like this, Chen Fengxiao felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart. He took a step forward and said, "Junior brother Lu, junior brother Ren has suffered serious injuries in order to save all of you. This is not the place to talk. Let's let junior brother Ren return to his room first. After he recovers from his injuries, you can say anything you want." Only now did Lu Chaoxian and the rest notice the bloodstain at the corner of Zhong Xiaohua's mouth in the darkness. They hurriedly slapped their faces and said, "Look at me, I actually didn't notice. Junior brother Ren is so brave and fierce, yet he is still injured. It must be a serious internal injury." "That's right, junior brother Ren was injured because of us. The matter of taking care of him should be none other than us. Headmaster Chen, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please send junior brother Ren to our place and let us take care of him. How about it?" When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, Forget it, forget it. I like peace and quiet, it's better." Before she finished speaking, Chen Fengxiao interrupted with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, you better not decline. If you hide in peace and quiet by yourself, won't Hall Master blame me? I think junior brother Lu's idea is not bad. You should go with them." "That's right, junior brother Ren, let's go. Yulan Mulian, you have taken care of us the entire way. When we return to Tianmu Peak today, let us brothers take care of you for a few days." After saying this, without any explanation, they clustered around Zhong Xiaohua and headed in a certain direction. When Zhong Xiaohua and the rest were far away, Chen Fengxiao turned to look at Wuju ruins. Both of them sighed at the same time, then shook their heads and walked away. It was as if they had encountered an extremely troublesome matter. The place where Lu Chaoxian and the rest stayed was naturally not a peaceful place. However, when they thought of Zhong Xiaohua's injuries and their daily habits, Lu Chaoxian and the rest found a small house where the disciples rested and arranged for Zhong Xiaohua to stay. After that, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's going to be night soon. Senior brothers should rest early. Although my injuries are serious, they are not fatal. After taking some elixirs and adjusting my breathing, I should be fine after a few months of rest." "That's good." Lu Chaoxian and the rest smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you should rest. During this period of time, we will be around you. We won't disturb you. And will not disturb you. We will stand guard at the door. If you need anything, just call us. With that, they were about to leave. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She immediately called out to Lu Chaoxian and said, "Senior brother Lu, I have something to ask in private." Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian waved his hand and dismissed the other 7. He asked, "Junior brother Ren, what's the matter? Feel free to say it. I will tell you everything I know." Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I don't know what's going on either. When I saw Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalang today, I felt that their expressions and words were abnormal. I don't know what's going on." Lu Chaoxian was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "We just came back not long ago. We did not hear anything special." Then he thought for a while and said, "Since junior brother feels that something is wrong, then I will go and ask others to see if there is anything unusual." "All right." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Be careful. Don't tell them that I want to ask." "Yes, I know. Junior brother, you should rest early. We'll have people standing guard outside. If junior brother feels uncomfortable, you can call us immediately." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and expressed her thanks. After Lu Chaoxian left, Zhong Xiaohua slowly stood up and released her divine sense. Indeed, in front of the hut, Lu Chaoxian was discussing with senior brother Wang about how to stand guard at night. Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. After all, they had good intentions. How could she refuse? If not, Lu Chaoxian and the others would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Then she spat out a mouthful of saliva and said self-mockingly, "I bit my tongue and only managed to force out such a small amount of blood. It doesn't feel good to pretend to be injured." Zhong Xiaohua's injuries from last night had mostly healed in one night. Although she had been riding on a horse for the whole morning, her injuries did not worsen. In the afternoon from White Mountain Peak to Heaven Eye Peak, the injuries in her meridians had been constantly mended. Now that she checked carefully, most of them had already healed. If she did not pretend, how could she still look like she was seriously injured? Although she was on Heaven Eye Peak, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She still set up a restriction. Then she took out her vitality stones and began to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. At midnight, the endless starlight enveloped Zhong Xiaohua. The starlight flowed into her meridians and gradually mended the damaged areas. When she woke up the next day, Zhong Xiaohua did a quick check. She was dumbfounded. "Am I not a human-shaped Yuhuandan pill? I did not take any pills at all. My meridians healed on their own. Hehe, my luck is really good. I don't know how many pills I can save in the future." Zhong Xiaohua was immensely pleased with herself. Actually, Zhong Xiaohua's meridians had been tempered by the starlight and absorbed by the starlight at night. Her self-healing ability was naturally strong. But if she did as Zhong Xiaohua thought and did not take any pills in the future, that would be unrealistic. After all, the internal injuries she had now were only caused by her forceful use of her vital energy. It was not serious. It was just that she had not calmed her heart and wanted to drag her injuries along the way. After a night of hard practice, her injuries would naturally be mostly healed. Her plan of lying in bed, lying on the praying mat for a few months would be ruined. Thinking of how to hide from Heaven Eye Peak in the future, Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the small house. The moment she opened the door, she saw senior brother Wang lying in front of her door alone. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Was this how they took care of her? If she did not know that they were sincere, Zhong Xiaohua would have thought that they were sent by Chen Fengxiao and the rest to keep an eye on her. Zhong Xiaohua squatted down and pushed senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang turned over and clicked his tongue. "Don't push me. Come one by one. There is a lot of cold light grass. There is enough to pick OMG. Zhong Xiaohua almost fell to the ground. This senior brother Wang was truly an outstanding disciple of their grass division. Even in his dreams, he never forgot his duty. Thus, he had no choice but to continue pushing him. "Senior brother Wang, hurry up and get up. There's a 200-year-old ice soul grass there. 200-year-old ice soul grass. Where is it? Where is it?" Senior brother Wang jumped up from the ground like a carp. His eyes were hazy but he was full of energy. Zhong Xiaohua patted his shoulder and said, Senior Brother Wang, it is me. It is you. Senior Brother Wang opened his eyes and saw Zhong Xiaohua in front of him. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Junior Brother Ren, I am sorry. These days, I have been dreaming of picking herbs with my fellow disciples in the strange birch forest. Zhong Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason. She said sadly, Alas, it is all in the past. Let it remain in our memories. After all, we still have to continue living. Yes, I know. Junior Brother Ren, Headmaster Chen also said this. Alas, in fact, in the early years, every time there was a disciple who could not come back from the Valley Orchid evening refinement, I also advised others. But when it was my turn to let go, it was not a matter of words. Zhong Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Senior Brother Wang smiled and said, Junior Brother Ren, you woke up so early. Could it be that your injuries have recovered? You're right. Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. But she said, It is nothing. I am just used to waking up early. Going out for a walk is also good for my recovery. That's right. I will accompany you for a walk. Junior Brother Wang said and was about to help Zhong Xiaohua up. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly said, Senior Brother Wang, I am not injured to the point where I cannot walk. If you want to accompany me, you can just walk by my side. She slowly walked towards a secluded place. Yes, it was really slow, as if she was injured. Senior Brother Wang saw this and smiled bitterly. He slowly followed behind her. The sun had just shone on Tianmu Peak. The entire morning was no different from usual. However, Zhong Xiaohua felt extremely relaxed. She no longer felt as heavy as when she woke up in the morning. It was probably because she had found her second brother. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. While walking, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Then, she heard someone calling out, Junior Brother Ren, why are you up so early? You are seriously injured. Why aren't you resting? Zhong Xiaohua knew that Lu Chaoxian was coming over. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Lu Chaoxian walking over angrily. Lu Chaoxian was still forcing a smile on his face. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something had happened? She smiled and said, Senior Brother Lu has always been a late riser. I didn't expect you to wake up today. Hehe, I would like to sleep more, but Junior Brother gave me a mission yesterday. If I don't complete it, how can I sleep well? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, So fast? Then I will have to trouble Senior Brother. Senior Brother Wang heard their conversation and knew that something had happened. He smiled and said, I didn't sleep well last night. I will let Senior Brother Lu accompany me. I will come back in the afternoon. After saying that, he cupped his fists and left. When Senior Brother Wang was far away, Zhong Xiaohua said, I thought it would be difficult to find out. Senior Brother managed to find out in just one night? Sigh, it's not a big deal. Everyone on Tianmu Peak knows about it, so I didn't have to spend much effort to find out. Zhong Xiaohua was very curious and asked, Then what happened? Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhong Xiaohua and hesitated for a moment before saying, It's simple. When Junior Brother Ren left, didn't he leave your mount on Tianmu Peak? Yes. That mount is called Huan Huan. What about it? Huan Huan? Huan Huan secretly ate the herbs planted on Tianmu Peak and the disciples of Pill Expansion Hall found out. Bai Yefeng sent people to capture Huan Huan and bring her back to Bai Yefeng Peak? What? Zhong Xiaohua felt incredulous. What was going on? Not to mention whether Huan Huan had secretly eaten the herbs, even if she had, there was no need for Bai Yefeng's men to catch her. What about Bai Huan? Before I left, I entrusted Huan Huan to him. -3. Chapter 693. Junior Brother Bai, of course, was also caught by the law enforcement disciples of Bai Yu Peak. OMG tilde Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when he was on Tianmu Peak, he had always casually tossed the David's deer to the side. He hadn't paid attention to whether it had eaten any herbs or not. But now that he thought about it, he hadn't heard the disciples in charge of looking after the herbs for a few months, so this shouldn't have happened. Ian, Even if Huan had eaten the herbs, no one had said anything about it for several months. How could it have been discovered in the few days she went to the trial? Moreover, it was discovered by the disciples of Bai Yu Peak. The most ridiculous thing was, what did this have to do with Bai Huan? She had entrusted the odd beast and Bai Huan with it privately, and no one knew about it. Oh, if there was anyone who knew, it would be the great guardian deity Zhu Shuming. This, even if it was entrusted, the odd beast was still Zhong Xiaohua's. If it had eaten the herbs, it would be Zhong Xiaohua's responsibility. It had nothing to do with Bai Huan. Since when had the cult of fragrance been so strict? Suddenly, Vice Leader Shu's figure appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind, and then the dungeon on Bai Yu Peak. Could it be this guy's doing? Zhong Xiaohua muttered, it doesn't make sense. It's just a few dozen taels of gold, is it worth it? Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's uncertain expression, Lu Chaoxian quickly added, but there's good news. Junior brother Ren's mount is very alert. On the way to Bai Yu Peak, it found an opportunity to slip away. Hihi, there's no trace of it until now. Hey, is that so? Huan's legs are really not ordinary. Hearing that Huan had escaped, Zhong Xiaohua was delighted. The cult of fragrance was lush with vegetation, and there weren't any fierce beasts. It was enough for Huan to survive. When did this happen? Zhong Xiaohua asked again. It was the second day after we entered the valley. Ian, I heard from the junior brothers that a brother from Bai Yefeng came to Tianmu Peak for some matters. He happened to see Huan nibbling on herbs, so he told Vice Hall Master Shu. After Vice Hall Master Shu heard this, he flew into a rage. He said that the disciples of the pill-opening hall risked their lives to gather herbs in the strange birch forest, and the Tianmu Peak behind them actually allowed livestock to eat the herbs. They must be severely punished, so... Zhong Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Headmaster Chen's expression was so bad. It turns out that you were afraid that I would overthink. Alas, it's nothing. Deputy Hall Master Shu's law enforcement is just right. What can I say? Oh, Junior Brother Ren, that's a good idea. It's just that the brothers feel that it's a little too heavy. Zhong Xiaohua didn't say anything, and then another stream of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Junior Brother Ren, alas, it's okay. This internal injury can't be healed in a short period of time. I can't move more even if I want to. Let's go, Senior Brother Lu. I'd better stay in the house. Ian, Junior Brother Ren is right. Before you vomit blood, it's better to stay in the house. As he spoke, Lu Chaoxian reached out to support Zhong Xiaohua as they slowly walked back to the house. Zhong Xiaohua looked too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. Not far from Zhong Xiaohua's house, in a loft, a pair of eyes cautiously stared at Zhong Xiaohua and her house. Zhong Xiaohua stayed in the house the whole day. She only showed her face outside in the afternoon and evening. Her face was still pale, as if her injuries hadn't improved at all. Not long after, the sky darkened. Zhong Xiaohua whispered, Senior Brother Lu, I need to go back and treat my injuries. If you don't have my orders, it's better not to come in. Otherwise, you'll easily suffer from qi deviation. Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, Junior Brother Ren, don't worry about this. After following Junior Brother for so long, I don't know about other things, but I have a deep understanding of this point. Then, he quietly walked out. As expected, there wasn't a trace of sound under his feet. Zhong Xiaohua, who was behind him, had already burst out laughing. It wasn't until Lu Chaoxian closed the door that she couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. After laughing happily, Zhong Xiaohua closed his mouth and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He formed a seal with his hand and immediately disappeared from the room, directly escaping from the small house. When she poked her head out from the darkness and looked at the loft in the distance, she snorted. Although her divine sense couldn't recover, it was more sensitive than before. Although she didn't see anyone's face in the loft, Zhong Xiaohua knew that there was definitely someone observing her. If there wasn't a guilty conscience, what better explanation could there be? Zhong Xiaohua directly flew out of Tianmu Peak and came out from the other side of the mountain. After carefully identifying the direction, He leaped up and followed the path that the pill-sprouting Hall senior apprentice brother had led him the other day. He flew in the direction of the wind. In the time it took to eat 2 meals, Baiyu Peak could be seen in the distance. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She lowered her altitude and only flew in the forest. When she got close to Baiyu Peak, she immediately burrowed into the ground and without any hesitation, she headed towards the peak. The peak of Baiyu Peak was as quiet as before. Only the sound of leaves and herbs rustling in the wind could be heard. At this time, the moon had yet to rise and there were only some faint lights above the prison. It was the best time to travel at night. Zhong Xiaohua flew to the left side of the prison. She first poked her head out to take a closer look. She listened carefully to the movements around her and entered the prison with familiarity. This trip to the dungeon was different from the last time. That time, it was during the day, and the dungeon was very quiet. There was no sound, and Zhong Xiaohua only took a rough look before leaving quickly. This time, just as she emerged from the corner of a prison cell, she heard a heart-wrenching scream, which gave Zhong Xiaohua a fright. Fortunately, this prison cell was empty and there were no living things. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She released her divine sense. Outside the prison cell, there were a few burly disciples. They should be law enforcement disciples. In their hands, there were some torture instruments that Zhong Xiaohua couldn't understand. Occasionally, there were a few naked men being dragged or pulled by law enforcement disciples. Those men were either badly mutilated or on the verge of death. They all looked like they had been punished. Could it be that there are so many disciples in Pill-Expanding Hall who have committed crimes? Zhong Xiaohua was a little speechless. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense was limited. She could only rely on the memory of the last time she came. She went from room to room, trying to find traces of Bai Huan. But after searching almost everywhere, she didn't find any trace of her. Could it be that I was wrong? A trace of guilt appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's heart. Maybe I wronged a good person. Maybe Bai Huan was just reprimanded. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua felt relieved and wanted to escape from the dungeon. But at this time, 2 disciples walked over her head. One of them chuckled and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Meng is living a good life with Deputy Hall Master Shu. Previously, he always came at night, but now there is no trace of him." When the other person heard this, he said mysteriously, "Forget it. Junior brother Meng has been here for a long time, but he's just serving a disciple in a small room. It's been many days, but he can't find what he wants no matter what. I saw him storming in angrily just now. I guess today is the last day. I don't usually see him lose his composure like this." Hey! Junior fellow apprentice Meng is an expert at extorting confessions by torture. Whoever is in his hands will have to give in. Which family's child made a mistake? I don't know where, but I heard from junior fellow apprentice Meng that the boy insisted that he would not say anything even if he was beaten to death. He would not say anything even if he was beaten to death. These words struck Zhong Xiaohua's mind like lightning. This seemed to be the witty words she said when she came down from Tianmu Peak and entrusted the 4 odd beasts to Bai Huan. This must be Bai Huan. Just as she was thinking, she saw a reckless man with bulging muscles in a remote corner. His upper body was bare, and his face was gloomy, as if someone owed him a catty of black beans money. With a loud bang, he closed a small iron door and locked it with a thick chain. He strode over. Seeing this, the 2 of them smiled and said, "Junior fellow apprentice Meng, did it not go well?" "Me." Junior fellow apprentice Meng snorted and did not say much. He walked straight through the 2 of them. The 2 of them did not dare to ignore him and quickly moved to the side, leaving a small gap in the corridor. After senior fellow apprentice Meng walked past, the 2 of them looked at the back view of the person who was taller than them. They wanted to spit but did not dare to. They only gritted their teeth and said softly, "Let's go and find a little lamb to vent our anger." As they spoke, they randomly picked a cell and entered it. Not long after, a series of screams rang out. Zhong Xiaohua watched from the side with a cold light in her eyes. When the 3 of them were far away and the other law enforcement disciples were not around, she quietly entered the cell that junior fellow apprentice Meng had just walked out of. As soon as he emerged from the ground, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The entire room was filled with the stench of blood. Although he couldn't see clearly, with his divine sense, he could see that the person in front of him was hung on a tall rack. His hands were tied up by thick iron chains, and his feet were nailed to the nails at the bottom of the rack. This person's hair was disheveled and covered his face. His chest was no longer moving up and down. He must have died. Zhong Xiaohua took a deep breath and took out the luminous pearl from her arms. Under the faint brilliance, she walked towards the person. Before she got close, she saw that the person was naked. Countless bloodstains covered his entire body and had long dried up. There were still many whip marks on his upper body, but there was not much blood. It was the result of a recent whipping. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the front and carefully lifted the hair on the person's face. He had chanted Amitabha countless times in his heart, praying that this person was not Bai Huan. But when he saw the bloodless face, he still stood there in a daze. If this was not Bai Huan, who else could it be? For a moment, since Zhong Xiaohua saw Bai Huan that evening, all the details appeared in her mind. This was just a submissive and cautious disciple. Perhaps she would bully other disciples and take advantage of them a little, but she had never done anything wrong. How could she end up like this? -3. Chapter 694. Zhong Xiaohua was angry. He thought about his impression of Bai Huan from the beginning to the end. He really didn't think that Bai Huan could make him feel disgusted or a little disgusted. Even when he first met Bai Huan's extortion was a little narrow-minded. Compared to Brother Ma, who only knew how to bully newcomers, and Cheng She, who took things by force, he was many times better. Bai Huan was so careful to please Chen Fengxiao but didn't dare to offend Zhong Xiaohua. Bai Huan stood outside the cave in Zhong Xiaohua's divine awareness and wanted to call Zhong Xiaohua but was afraid to disturb Zhong Xiaohua's practice. Bai Huan carefully took out the herbs Zhong Xiaohua got from the orchid evening refinement and nervously exchanged them for elixirs. What hurt Zhong Xiaohua the most was that when he finally entrusted Huan to Bai Huan patted his chest indifferently and agreed. Then, he thought of the joke he said to Bai Huan, "I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." Now, those words had become reality. Bai Huan patted his chest and promised Zhong Xiaohua. Now, his chest was full of whip marks. What about the promise he made to Bai Huan? Looking at Bai Huan's miserable condition, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was infinitely desolate. Perhaps, this was the end of a small character. If Zhong Xiaohua didn't find him here, he would be thrown somewhere tomorrow and never be found again. Even if Zhong Xiaohua wanted to fulfill his promise, he couldn't. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua involuntarily took out a bottle of blood-replenishing elixirs and transferred a wisp of genuine qi directly into Bai Huan's meridians toward his heart. After a while, Bai Huan's eyes moved slightly, and then there was some movement. He also said something with difficulty. Zhong Xiaohua carefully pricked up his ears and could hear clearly, "I really don't know anything." He only said to hand. Huan to me, to raise him, even here to be beaten to death, he won't tell. It's just a joke. Zhong Xiaohua's heart ached. She whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, it's me. I'm back." After a while, Bai Huan opened her eyes with great difficulty. Under the dim brilliance of the luminous pearl, she identified Zhong Xiaohua for a long time. Immediately, her eyes flashed with surprise. She forced herself to be alert and raised her voice, "Junior. Brother. Ren, you, quickly, report, to Vice Hall. Master. I really didn't take your bag. I really." Before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed his words and could no longer speak. His eyes did not move and his body gradually turned cold. In fact, when Junior Marshal Brother Meng walked out, Bai Huan had already stopped breathing. Zhong Xiaohua transferred her vital energy into Bai Huan's heart meridian, but it could only last for a moment. After nearly 20 days of torture, Bai Huan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. She could no longer hold on. Even if Zhong Xiaohua took out all the elixirs in her arms, she could not save Bai Huan's life for even a moment. Seeing Bai Huan stop breathing in front of her, Zhong Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. This kind of guilt was something Zhong Xiaohua had never felt before. Zhong Xiaohua put away the luminous pearl and the blood-replenishing elixir. She stood quietly in the darkness. After a long while, she said, "Senior Marshal Brother Bai, I will keep this blood-replenishing elixir for you. When you are buried, I will find an opportunity to bring your body out and bury it with you. In addition, although I didn't mean it, you died because of me. I will definitely avenge you. I know you were timid when you were alive and might not dare to let me avenge you. But today, you have become a ghost. I hope you can be bolder and become a malicious ghost. Just watch from the heavens. I'm going to find the people who killed you and make them pay with their lives." Bai Huan's body was quietly hanging there, motionless. Zhong Xiaohua immediately marked the corpse with her divine sense. Then, she glanced at it and made a gesture. She disappeared into the darkness. After leaving the dungeon, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought that she didn't know where Vice Hall Master Shu was resting. Now that it was late, it wouldn't be easy to find him. If she asked a disciple, wouldn't it be easy to find him? At this time, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of Junior Marshal Brother Meng who went out earlier. That guy didn't get anything from Bai Huan and even killed Bai Huan. He must be reporting to Vice Hall Master Shu. If she went with him, she would definitely be able to find him. However, she didn't think so much and stayed in the dungeon for a long time. She didn't know if she could catch up with him. After thinking, Zhong Xiaohua immediately rode the wind and went straight to the mountainside. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. When she reached the mountainside, she saw a valiant figure in front of her turning around the screen wall. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua was secretly happy. Then, she went underground and followed Junior Marshal Brother Meng to an extremely secluded small courtyard. Junior Marshal Brother Meng knocked on the wooden door in front of the courtyard. It seemed to be a rhythmic sound. Then, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Junior Marshal Brother Meng said respectfully, "Vice Hall Master Shu, it's me." "Oh, Meng Fei, come in quickly." Meng Fei opened the courtyard door and walked into the hall lightly. However, when he entered the room, he was stunned. In the hall, besides Vice Hall Master Shu, there was also a teenager standing next to him. However, Meng Fei was only slightly stunned. Then, he cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master, He hesitated for a moment and said, "I didn't do what Hall Master asked me to do." He glanced at the child from the corner of his eyes. Vice Hall Master Shu looked at Meng Fei's cautiousness and was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "It's okay. This child was sent here this year. There's no need to hide this matter from him." "Oh." Meng Fei turned to look at the child. The child cupped his hands and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Qiong greets you." "Qiong." Meng Fei was taken aback. He smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother, your name is really wonderful. Not bad. Hehe, my name is Meng Fei. In the future, when you're at the White Mountain Peak, just say my name. No one will dare to bully you." "Yes, Senior Marshal Brother." Qiong smiled and said, "However, I've never provoked anyone. It's better not to say your name." Meng Fei nodded and said, "Millimeter, not bad. Heroes indeed come from the youth. It seems that the gang has put in a lot of effort to send you here." Vice Hall Master Shu was also happy to hear this. He said, "Qiong is a good child. I also searched for a long time before I found him. Hehe, I never thought that the gang would start with the most difficult Rejuvenation Valley." Rejuvenation Valley? Meng Fei frowned and said, "Hall Master Shu, isn't that guy also from Rejuvenation Valley?" "Millimeter, that's right. You still haven't found out what you were doing?" "Yes, that guy insisted that he didn't know anything. Moreover, he only said that he wouldn't say anything even if he was beaten to death. It's very different from his usual behavior. Sigh, I guess I've really wronged him. However, since he's already been captured, he definitely won't be released. Moreover, that guy actually came out of the Yulan Grand Canyon alive. It's useless to keep Bai Huan alive. It's better to get rid of him quickly. Hall Master Shu already told me this yesterday, so today was the last time." Seeing that I couldn't get anything out of him, I've already gotten rid of him. Millimeter, you've done well. Now that the dead tell no tales, Ren Xiaoyao wouldn't rush to the White Mountain Peak for a mount. Ha ha ha. Qiong immediately said, Hall Master Shu's eyes are as sharp as torches. Even when I followed Ren Xiaoyao all the way here, I didn't see that he was a pawn of the Tenri sect. Heh, if he could be easily seen through by you, how could he be easily dispatched by the Tenri sect? If I hadn't had a flash of inspiration, I definitely wouldn't have been able to see through him either. Hall Master Shu is wise. Qiong said with a charming smile, Hall Master Shu, please point me in the right direction and let me improve. Vice Hall Master Shu seemed to be very proud of himself. He said with a smile, actually, it's quite simple. The cult of fragrance has been hiding here for thousands of years, and the Tenri sect has long since made their move. We haven't been able to make use of the Rejuvenation Valley, so there's an 80 to 90% chance that the Tenri sect is controlling it. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao's origins are very strange. He's already so old, yet he was still sent here. Although the reason is very good, it can be explained clearly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there's a problem. After a careful investigation, they'll feel that the explanation makes sense. Thus, they'll take it as a matter of course. This is the saying, the real is fake, and the fake is real. However, if you think about it again, what's real is real, and what's fake is fake. Qiong and Meng Fei both had a look of sudden realization. They both raised their thumbs and said, Hall Master Shu, you are really smart. We're proud to have such a wise and far-sighted leader like you. Vice Hall Master Shu stroked his beard and smiled proudly. He said, all of this is just a guess. It can't be confirmed. Only when we find Ren Xiaoyao's package and take the things inside can we be sure. That's true. However, Hall Master Shu, it's strange. Ren Xiaoyao clearly didn't take anything with him when he left. Why can't we find his package? I've personally searched the caves, huts, and even the surrounding areas. I don't know where he's hiding. At this moment, a large package was thrown in from outside the door. A voice also sounded, are you looking for this package? Who is it? Vice Hall Master Shu immediately stood up from his chair and shouted angrily, this is an important place in the hall. Who dares to trespass? Qiong was somewhat afraid. He trembled and shouted, Is it little uncle? With a hearty laugh, Zhong Xiaohua floated in and said, don't call me little uncle. This Xiaoxia can't afford it. Ren Xiaoyao? It's really you. Meng Fei didn't recognize Zhong Xiaohua. However, when he heard Qiong and Vice Hall Master Shu's words, his face lit up with joy. He said, you didn't take the path of the sun, but you barged into the gates of hell. Haha, it's time for me to capture you. As he spoke, Meng Fei quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhong Xiaohua's face. -3. Chapter 695. Seeing Meng Fei walk forward, Vice Hall Master Shu, who was sitting behind him, watched quietly. He did not stop him or say anything. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhong Xiaohua as if he was deep in thought. It was said that an ordinary disciple of the grass division of Qianmu Peak, who was said to have been seriously injured, could still rush to Baiyu Peak and silently enter this secret courtyard. Even Vice Hall Master Shu himself did not notice. Can this still be what I thought it was? Vice Hall Master Shu seemed to understand that he might have underestimated the thin and tall young man in front of him. How could a person who could escape from the beast tide in Yulan Grand Canyon be a simple person? Perhaps Lulihong did not see the beast tide. However, Vice Hall Master Shu still sat calmly. The more outstanding Zhong Xiaohua's performance was, the more it proved that his guess was correct. Then, the value of finding Zhong Xiaohua would be greater. As for Vice Hall Master Shu's confidence, was there any need to say it? He just watched quietly, without even a frown on his face. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come in, Qi Qiong panicked at first, but when Meng Fei rushed forward, his face calmed down slightly. Then, he stole a glance at Vice Hall Master Shu's calm face. This guy was confident. When he saw Meng Fei's big fist smashing towards Zhong Xiaohua, his eyes unconsciously flashed with excitement. Zhong Xiaohua was also anxious. Seeing Meng Fei's fist smashing towards her, she did not dodge. Instead, she stared at Meng Fei's ferocious face and said word by word, "You killed Bai Huan, so I will kill you too." Meng Fei was slightly startled. It seemed that he did not expect Zhong Xiaohua to know that Bai Huan was killed by him. However, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. His right fist was less than half an inch away from Zhong Xiaohua's head. At this time, Meng Fei's right foot moved again. He lifted it and kicked towards Zhong Xiaohua's left side. He must have calculated that Zhong Xiaohua would dodge to the left side. With a swish sound, at the last moment when Meng Fei's fist was about to hit her head, Zhong Xiaohua only raised her right hand and grabbed his wrist at lightning speed. She did not give Meng Fei any time to react at all. Then, she squatted slightly, raised her left fist, and simply punched towards Meng Fei's chest. Meng Fei was shocked by Zhong Xiaohua's lightning-fast speed. He immediately tried to pull back, but unexpectedly, no matter how hard he tried, his hand seemed to be cast by iron and could not move an inch. Meng Fei was shocked. Seeing that his right leg had missed, he borrowed the force of his fist to lift Zhong Xiaohua's waist from the side. At the same time, he raised his other fist to meet Zhong Xiaohua's fist. At the same time, he used the force that Zhong Xiaohua locked his fist to force Zhong Xiaohua to let go. Unfortunately, Zhong Xiaohua acted as if she did not see it. Her fist was still moving forward at a steady pace. Meng Fei was very puzzled. Just as he was wondering if there was something fishy going on, the two fists had already collided. At the moment before contact, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly accelerated. Bang! Following that, there was a blood-curdling scream. Meng Fei's fist was already dripping with blood. The eerie white finger bones were already exposed. There were even a few bones protruding from the joints of his arm. Following that, there were a few crispy cracking sounds. Meng Fei once again let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhong Xiaohua's right hand exerted force and broke the wrist in her hand. Following that, like breaking a withered tree trunk, she broke Meng Fei's left arm into several pieces. A wave of pain surged up to his head. Even Meng Fei, who claimed to be a tough guy, felt his head sink and was about to faint. However, Zhong Xiaohua extended her left hand and tapped on one of Meng Fei's acupoints. She channeled a strand of true qi into Meng Fei's body to protect his heart meridian and brain. Meng Fei immediately regained consciousness. That heart-wrenching pain immediately emerged. Following that, Zhong Xiaohua did not hesitate. Her right fist extended continuously. Catcher sounds were heard continuously. Meng Fei's blood-curdling screams were also incessant. In just a few breaths, Zhong Xiaohua had broken hundreds of bones in Meng Fei's body from the middle. Alas, Zhong Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper magical fist every day and tempered the bones in her entire body. Her proficiency with the bones was something that ordinary people could not compare to. At this moment, Meng Fei had suddenly become a puddle of mud. However, his throat was grabbed by Zhong Xiaohua's left hand. He still stood there straight like a puppet. The pain in his entire body surged up to Meng Fei's head like a tide. He had never felt that fainting or dying immediately would be an extremely happy thing. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua, who had a somewhat excited face. He muttered and wanted to say something, but Zhong Xiaohua's left hand was tightly gripping his throat. He could not say a single word clearly and could only howl. Looking at Meng Fei's pain, Zhong Xiaohua felt a little relieved in her heart. She sneered and said, "When you were torturing Bai Huan, did you feel very good in your heart? Did you never think that you would be treated like this one day?" Although there was fear in Meng Fei's bloodshot eyes, they also emitted a beast-like cold light from time to time. As he screamed, he also roared. His limbs were suspended in the air and he occasionally struck forward, as if he was unwilling to give up. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua could not be bothered with him. She only said, "It's not that I don't want to avenge you, but it's not time yet." Then, she exerted force with her left hand. With a final crack, Meng Fei's neck was crushed. A stream of dirty blood flowed out from the corner of Meng Fei's mouth. Zhong Xiaohua casually shook her hand and threw Meng Fei's corpse to the ground. Zhong Xiaohua killed Meng Fei in less than 5 minutes. Especially when she grabbed Meng Fei's left hand and used her fist to crush Meng Fei's fist. Meng Fei's body really blocked Deputy Hall Master Shu's line of sight. When Meng Fei screamed, Deputy Hall Master Shu was first startled. Then, he wanted to get up. However, after hearing Meng Fei's screams, Deputy Hall Master Shu sat down calmly. However, he was puzzled as he looked at the empty door. Now that they saw Zhong Xiaohua easily kill Meng Fei, their reactions were completely different. Meng Fei's face was ashen and she muttered something. From the shape of her mouth, it could be seen that she was muttering something along the lines of little uncle. Deputy Hall Master Shu stretched out his hands and clapped lightly. He smiled and said, Ren Xiaoxia is indeed brave and fierce. Meng Fei is also considered an expert, but he couldn't even last 2 moves in front of you. Ari, the Tenri sect is indeed full of talented people. Xiaoxia is so young and has such profound martial arts. I wonder which heavenly king's subordinate is. Seeing Deputy Hall Master Shu so calm, Zhong Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. She sneered and said, I've already heard your conversation. I'm just curious. Why are you so sure that I'm from the Tenri sect? Deputy Hall Master Shu smiled and said, Why? Are you going to admit it? Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, No, I've never said that I'm from the Tenri sect. Furthermore, I'm not from the Tenri sect at all. You're still so insistent even at this time. It's really hard on you. Deputy Hall Master Shu, you seem to be very calm. You seem to have absolute confidence. Ren Xiaoxia must be joking. After all, this is my territory. Shouldn't you be the one who's not calm? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, Deputy Hall Master Shu is right. However, when I wring your head off, you won't be like this anymore. Hee, young people are really hot-tempered. What era are we in now? Why are you still talking about fighting and killing? Your style is already outdated. Nowadays, it's mainly about talking. Peace, win-win, multi-party cooperation, these are the mainstream. Come, sit down. Let's talk peacefully. We're all in favor of a discussion that's based on the interests of both our factions. Hey. Then Deputy Hall Master Shu, which sect are you from? When Ren Xiaoxia came to the incense cult, didn't your teacher tell you? Deputy Hall Master Shu's face was unfathomable. Zhong Xiaohua still smiled and said, I've already told you clearly that I'm not from the Tenri sect. Why would my teacher come back and tell me? Deputy Hall Master Shu also smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you're not from the Tenri sect. Anyway, you've infiltrated the incense cult to deal with them. This is the same goal as us. Since we have the same goal, we're the enemy of the enemy. Isn't that the premise of cooperation? Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, Deputy Hall Master Shu, you've already tried to kill Ren one after another. At this time, you're still talking about cooperation. I feel that it's ridiculous. Ren Xiaoxia is still young. When he's my age, perhaps he'll know that there's nothing in this world that can't be discussed. Even life is the same. Haha, Deputy Hall Master Shu, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until then. Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and said, If Ren understands Deputy Hall Master Shu's meaning 30 years from now, then Ren will go to Deputy Hall Master Shu's grave and burn incense to inform you. Yen, the premise is that Ren still remembers Deputy Hall Master Shu. Deputy Hall Master Shu was still as calm as Mount Tai. Zhong Xiaohua saw this and mocked, Deputy Hall Master Shu, don't tell me you're waiting for reinforcements. Raising his eyebrows, Deputy Hall Master Shu said proudly, although this old man is old, I'm still more than enough to deal with a brat like you. Why should I wait for others to help? However, Deputy Hall Master Shu changed the topic and said strangely, you killed Meng Fei so violently. Meng Fei's screams resounded through the night sky. You're actually not worried that other disciples will come? Zhong Xiaohua said, haha, I thought Deputy Hall Master Shu was very calm. It seems that you're just SOSO. However, let me tell you something. Even if you shout until the heavens break, the heavens will not answer you. Ha ha ha. Vice Hall Master Shu also raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, from his seemingly casual movement, a black light silently shot towards Zhong Xiaohua's throat. This hidden weapon was truly strange. Not to mention that Vice Hall Master Shu had assumed a negotiating posture and prioritized peace, and not to mention that the hidden weapon was silent, Vice Hall Master Shu had even concealed it with a long laugh. However, the fact that Vice Hall Master Shu had directly used such a despicable method was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. Even if he was strong, he only noticed the hidden weapon when it was 3 inches away from Zhong Xiaohua's throat. His eyes were already filled with surprise. -3. Chapter 696. Although Vice Hall Master Shu's little abacus rang loudly in his heart, in front of Zhong Xiaohua's powerful divine sense, it was useless. Zhong Xiaohua had already released his divine sense, fearing that Deputy Hall Master Shu would do something. When he saw the black light, he recognized that it was a short arrow. There was a blue light on the tip of the arrow. It must have been coated with poison. Seeing that the poisonous arrow was close to him, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He didn't use his hand to catch it. Instead, he lowered his body and tried to dodge it. But at that moment, the poisonous arrow's arrowhead let out a soft explosion. The entire arrowhead transformed into a cluster of short needles that shot out in all directions right next to Zhong Xiaohua's face. Ouch! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. He thought that it was a poisonous arrow. He used his divine sense to look at it, but he didn't observe it carefully. It was too late for him to dodge it now. Zhong Xiaohua immediately lowered his head and raised his right arm to cover his head with the clothes on his arm. Just when Zhong Xiaohua was trying to dodge the poisonous needles, suddenly, a leg appeared in midair and kicked Zhong Xiaohua in the chest. Ouch! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked again. All his attention was on the poisonous needles. He didn't use his divine sense to check his surroundings. He didn't expect that when the poisonous needles exploded, Deputy Hall Master Shu would fly up from his chair like a gust of wind and kick him in midair. There was a series of poochie sounds, accompanied by a puff sound. Zhong Xiaohua was kicked out of the door by Deputy Hall Master Shu like a sandbag. Hee, Deputy Hall Master Shu sneered. You're still wet behind the ears. You want to fight with me? Do you think, however, before Vice Hall Master Shu could finish his sentence, Zhong Xiaohua's flying figure seemed to be blocked by something just as he was about to fly out of the door. It was as if he was caught in a fishing net. He only slowed down a little before he flew towards Vice Hall Master Shu at the same speed. Hey! Vice Hall Master Shu was taken aback. He raised his palm to strike Zhong Xiaohua's body, but before he could do so, a small fist appeared and met his palm head-on. Although Deputy Hall Master Shu was surprised, he didn't care. He still hit his hand. In an instant, the palm and the fist collided. There was no sound, but Deputy Hall Master Shu seemed to have been hit by a hammer. His body flew up and fell back. Zhong Xiaohua's retreating figure was immediately revealed on the spot. Zhong Xiaohua stood there steadily, but there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhong Xiaohua watched coldly as Vice Hall Leader Shu's body was sent flying into the air and slowly fell back down. He then raised his arm and looked at the densely packed poison needles on his sleeve. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts were high enough, but he was still inexperienced. He didn't expect Deputy Hall Master Shu to have so many moves. If he wasn't wearing the robe of Venerable Fire Dragon, he would have been seriously injured by the poisonous needles. Even if he wasn't seriously injured, his face would be covered with scars. That would be worse than being seriously injured. Cough, cough. Zhong Xiaohua's internal injuries, which were almost healed, worsened. He coldly used the fingers of his left hand to carefully wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He said, Vice Hall Master Shu, good method. Well said. Deputy Hall Master Shu stood up and asked with a surprised expression, Ren Xiaoxia's internal strength is very good. At the very least, he is one of the best in the Tenri sect's younger generation. Then, he looked at the empty doorway and said, What did you do to my doorway? Zhong Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and laughed, Do you think I will tell you? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out the chasing dream dagger. He quickly stepped forward and thrust the dagger at Vice Hall Master Shu's throat. He really didn't want to waste his breath on this kind of person. Who was Deputy Hall Master Shu? He was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall and an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. He did not even draw the long sword at his waist. Instead, he faced Zhong Xiaohua's small sword with his bare hands. The two of them fought for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and neither of them had the upper hand. Although Zhong Xiaohua's strength was great, Deputy Hall Master Shu's internal strength was superb and his moves were exquisite. Whenever he encountered a move that he couldn't defeat, he would be able to dissipate the force and even use it to counterattack. Even so, Deputy Hall Master Shu was shocked. With this level of martial arts, even if there were 3 Lu Lihong, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Lihong, let alone kill him. Both of them became impatient and retreated half a step. Deputy Hall Master Shu stretched out his hand and pulled out his sword. He circulated his internal energy and an inch-long sword light flashed. Then, he used the splitting mountain technique and slashed towards Zhong Xiaohua's face. Zhong Xiaohua also made a hand sign and pointed his finger. The dagger seemed to be full of spirituality and flew out from his hand. It flew diagonally and stabbed towards Deputy Hall Master Shu's neck. Flying sword. Deputy Hall Master Shu was shocked. His sword trembled and the sword light disappeared. He didn't have time to hurt anyone but quickly pulled his sword back and pointed at the dagger. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to test the waters and didn't dodge. With a kung sound, the two swords collided. Deputy Hall Master Shu felt as if he was struck by lightning. His arm went soft and he took half a step back. His face was pale. Chasing Dream was also hit and tumbled in the air. Zhong Xiaohua almost couldn't control it. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was a little flustered, Deputy Hall Master Shu suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed forward. He pointed his sword at Zhong Xiaohua's heart. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. She didn't have time to control Chasing Dream. She used the ethereal steps and cleverly dodged the sword. She flashed behind Deputy Hall Master Shu and opened up the distance between them. She pointed her finger and Chasing Dream rushed down again. This time, Zhong Xiaohua learned her lesson. She didn't rashly collide with Deputy Hall Master Shu's sword. Instead, she focused on using the dream-weaving sword technique. She surrounded Deputy Hall Master Shu and kept stabbing at his throat. It had to be said that Deputy Hall Master Shu was very powerful. His martial arts were only a little weaker than the bronze-masked old man that Zhong Xiaohua had encountered previously. However, after that battle, Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation in the way of immortality had increased. Her divine sense had also improved by leaps and bounds. Even though her divine sense could only cover a radius of 1 zhong, her control over the flying sword had become more precise. In addition, she had obtained the complete set of the dream-weaving sword technique. She was like a tiger that had grown wings. It was impossible for Deputy Hall Master Shu to use his hand or sword to hit Chasing Dream like the bronze-masked old man. After a few moves, Vice Hall Master Shu had no choice but to place his sword in front of his throat in order to block Chasing Dream, who was about to stab him in the throat. As a result, although he managed to dodge Chasing Dream, the sword in his hand was cut in half by Chasing Dream. Deputy Hall Master Shu was shocked. He jumped back a step. Seeing Chasing Dream turn around and stab at him again, he clenched his teeth and took out a short sword. It was the nameless sword that he had extorted from Yang Yarrow. He shook his hand and stabbed at Chasing Dream. How could Zhong Xiaohua let him stab her? She ordered Chasing Dream to turn around. Right at that moment, Vice Hall Master Shu clenched his teeth. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, and the veins on his arms bulged. Even his eyes were bloodshot. Reverse blood corrosion essence. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She had seen this scene before in the peach forest outside Sorrow City. She knew that this was an extreme technique that forcefully increased one's martial arts. As a result, she did not dare to be careless. She controlled Chasing Dream while thinking of a countermeasure. As expected, after Deputy Hall Master Shu used the reverse blood corrosion essence technique, his internal energy had increased greatly. Even his movements had become much more agile. Chasing Dream was almost unable to lock onto his throat. As for the short sword in his hand, while blocking Chasing Dream, he could also stab at Zhong Xiaohua. What should I do now? Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. She had wanted to directly use the attack Jade Talisman. However, the flame in the jade talisman was incomparably fierce. If it hit Deputy Hall Master Shu's body, there would be nothing left of him. However, Deputy Hall Master Shu was the Deputy Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall. He was not like Bai Huan and Meng Fei. If he disappeared, then so be it. Only Sage Herb would have some thoughts. Well, if Bai Huan disappeared, then Sage Herb would not know at all. But what if Deputy Hall Master Shu disappeared? The consequences would of course be 100 times more serious than being killed. Perhaps it would cause a huge uproar in the fragrance cult. As a foreign fake medicine boy, she would inevitably fall into the eyes of some people. However, if she was killed, a little medicine boy like her would not be considered at all. Of course, there would be a lot less danger. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua decided to use the dragon binding ring. Although the dragon binding ring consumed a lot of genuine qi, and the genuine qi in her meridians might not be enough. However, the situation was a little critical now. Zhong Xiaohua could not put away her initial plan of not using the dragon binding ring. After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua no longer hesitated. She reached out her hand and took out the jade bracelet from her bosom. She threw it into the air and cast a spell. The jade bracelet seemed to grow in the wind. It grew to about 4 feet and wrapped around Deputy Hall Master Shu's body. Deputy Hall Chief Shu was even more panicked. He didn't even have time to say a word before he hurriedly fled. However, the hall was only so big. Although he was fast now, he could barely match Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense. After a few dodges, he was about to be caught by the dragon binding ring. Vice Hall Master Shu stretched out his left hand and grabbed the jade pendant on his belt. He exerted force and crushed the jade pendant. Pa! A brown light shot out from his hand and instantly covered his entire body like a transparent cover. The dragon binding hoop had already landed on Vice Hall Master Shu's head. However, Vice Hall Master Shu was unharmed because of this transparent cover. -3. Chapter 697. Seeing Vice Hall Master Shu crush the jade pendant at his waist, Zhong Xiaohua knew that things were not going well. Needless to say, this was definitely the life-saving technique of the lingering fragrance peak disciples. It was also a defensive jade talisman left behind by the ancient immortal Tao. By the time the light shield rose, the dragon binding hoop was still wrapped around the light shield, unable to shrink it by even half an inch. Zhong Xiaohua tried a few more times, but the zhenqi in his meridians was insufficient, so he gave up. At this time, inside the light barrier, Vice Hall Master Shu's face was filled with astonishment as he shouted, "You! Just which heavenly king of the heavenly dragon sect are you? How? How can a disciple of the lower generation know this technique?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, "Do I look like a heavenly king? If I were a heavenly king, I would have sent my subordinates to kill you. Why would I do it myself? But, Immortal Tao." Vice Leader Shu's eyes lit up. He was even more surprised. Could it be that the Tenri sect has found a way to revive the Immortal Tao? Revive the Immortal Tao? Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her chin and said, "Is the incense cult also looking for it?" "Of course." Vice Leader Shu said casually. Then he realized he had misspoken and changed the topic. "You said you weren't from the Tenri sect. In this big world, who knows about the Immortal Tao outside of the great sects? Not to mention the divine arts of the Immortal Tao." Then he said, "We're all from the great sects of the Immortal Tao. We're brothers and sisters. Besides, we're both going against the incense cult. Junior brother, can you let me go?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled. "Then tell me, which sect are you from?" "This." Vice Leader Shu thought for a moment and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Zhong Xiaohua said firmly, "Impossible. But I'll let you die a quick death, not like Meng Fei." "HMPH, sneered Vice Hall Master Shu. "Then why should I tell you? Besides, this shield is very strong. It can hold until tomorrow morning. When a disciple comes to report, let's see if you'll let me go or not. At that time, you won't need to let me go even if you want to. I'll go to Lingering Fragrance Peak and report this to the sect leader." I'll let the sect's consecrated elders capture you. Where you come from is none of my business. Even if you kill all the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak, I won't lift half a finger. However, you instructed people to kill me and Bai Huan. How can I let you go? Junior brother, I'm telling you that I'm to protect myself. It's our sect. To say, to promote the Tenri to say, to make you to say, the Tenri sect. Then, he licked his dry lips and said, Bai Huan is just a little disciple of Tianmu Peak. I originally thought that he was like you, but I couldn't find anything after investigating. Anyway, Meng Fei has already been killed by you. This matter should be resolved. Zhong Xiaohua still shook her head. It's useless to say more. I'm not from the Tenri sect. What you said is useless. I'll take your life as an explanation to senior brother Bai. Vice leader Shu was so angry that he laughed and said, I'd like to see what you can do to me. By the way, you said that the consecrated elders of Lingering Fragrance Peak also have celestial methods. Of course. Vice leader Shu knew he had made a slip of the tongue. He gnashed his teeth. This guy's words are too jumpy. I'll fall into his trap if I'm not careful. Then what kind of methods are they? Zhong Xiaohua asked again, but Vice leader Shu pretended not to hear her. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, since you don't want to tell me, then don't blame me for ruthlessly destroying the grass. Vice leader Shu didn't understand at first, but when he understood the meaning of ruthlessly destroying the grass, his face turned ashen. He was also uneasy. He really didn't know what other methods Zhong Xiaohua would have. Zhong Xiaohua took out a light red jade talisman from her chest. She shook her hand and hit the brown light shield around Vice leader Shu. The light red flame slowly burned the light shield. When the flame was gone, only 20% of the light shield's brilliance had dimmed. Ha ha ha, Vice leader Shu's initial nervousness was instantly relieved. He laughed and said, Junior brother Ren, your last trump card is gone. I think it's better to stop and let Yang Huan go. Zhong Xiaohua looked extremely troubled. She shook her head and said, Sigh, I want to stop, but the jade talisman in my hand doesn't agree. After she finished speaking, she shook her hand and 2 jade talismans shot out. Vice leader Shu was shocked. He really didn't expect that Zhong Xiaohua would take out 3 jade talismans, which were regarded as treasures on the Lingxiang peak of the Tenri sect. And from what she said, she seemed to have more. This Tenri sect was really too generous. Even the female disciples who hadn't finished their apprenticeship didn't have jade talismans. Only a few hall masters like him could be bestowed with jade talismans by the hierarch for self-defense. Not long after, the light shield had dimmed a lot. Perhaps one more jade talisman would be able to break the light shield. Vice leader Shu, who had never believed in ghosts and gods, couldn't help but chant Amitabha in his heart. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua's hand eagerly, hoping that she wouldn't take out another jade talisman. However, when Zhong Xiaohua took out her hand from her chest, there were actually 2 jade talismans in her hand. Vice Hall Master Shu was about to go crazy. You can't bully us like this. When Zhong Xiaohua hit the light shield with the 2 jade talismans, Vice leader Shu took the initiative to stab her with his dagger. Unfortunately, when Zhong Xiaohua pointed her finger, the dragon binding ring tightened and pulled Vice leader Shu to the side. Vice leader Shu couldn't even get half a step closer to Zhong Xiaohua. Just when Vice leader Shu was about to make a move, he heard a crisp sound. The light shield dimmed completely and the light shield burst like a bubble. The dragon binding ring immediately wrapped around Vice leader Shu's body. Vice leader Shu gritted his teeth and channeled his internal energy. The glow of the dagger in his hand increased by 3 inches. He straightened his body and stabbed towards Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua wasn't afraid of him. She pointed her finger and the dragon binding ring flew in the air and firmly fixed Vice leader Shu in place. It was like Bai Huan being hung on a torture rack. Vice Hall Master Shu was still in midair, but he was still unwilling to give up. He waved his left forearm, and the short sword in his hand flew towards Zhong Xiaohua's face. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a black ray of light shot towards Zhong Xiaohua. The short sword was accurate, and it was aimed at Zhong Xiaohua's face. However, the poison arrow was slightly off target. Zhong Xiaohua reached out his hand and grabbed the short sword. Then, he moved his body and dodged far away. The black ray of light missed, and the poison needle did not explode where Zhong Xiaohua was standing. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the dagger in her hand and said with a smile, "Vice Leader Shu is too polite." Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a scream behind her. When she turned around, she saw that Chong Li, who was hiding nearby, was killed by Vice Leader Shu's poisonous arrow. His face was full of poisonous needles and it was obvious that he would die soon. Ouch! Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood. Although the short sword was meant to stab him, more importantly, it was meant to attract his attention. The poison arrow was even more calculated. It knew that he wouldn't touch it, so it was naturally meant for him to dodge it. Of course, it was meant to be shot at the stronger side. Alas, poor Chong. He had just been attracted by the mysterious martial arts that he had never seen or dreamed of. His entire body and mind were focused on their exquisite moves, strange jade slips, and inexplicable jade bracelets. How could he have thought that Vice Hall Master Shu would kill him to silence him? When he saw the poisonous arrow and the poisonous needle in front of him, he realized that he couldn't dodge it with his martial arts. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before he breathed his last. "Vice Leader Shu, you calculated well." Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "I didn't intend to let him live. I let Vice Leader Shu do it for me. Thank you, thank you." She pointed her finger and the dragon binding bracelet moved down a bit and wrapped around Vice Leader Shu's arm. He couldn't move at all. Vice Leader Shu couldn't move his limbs at all. He snorted and said, "If I don't kill him now, do you think I'll keep him alive for the Tenri sect to interrogate?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head, "I've told you countless times that I'm not from the Tenri sect. Why are you so stubborn? Why do you insist that I'm from the Tenri sect?" Vice Leader Shu snorted again and didn't say anything else. It was as if saying more would be an insult to his intelligence. Looking at Vice Leader Shu who was hanging in the air, Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and thought about how to deal with him. He wanted to kill Vice Leader Shu on the spot and make it obvious that he was someone with high martial arts. At this time, he didn't show his martial arts, so no one would suspect him. However, he thought about how he saved people in the Orchid Evening refining. Who wouldn't know that he was a high martial arts master? Maybe in the future, if he showed his martial arts a little, people would suspect him. Although Vice Leader Shu was sent by the incense cult, he knew that the incense cult didn't. After thinking about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's hesitation, Vice Leader Shu chuckled, "Why, Ren Xiaoxia? Do you feel that it's not a good idea to kill me? Hehe, I am the Vice Leader of the Dan Expanding Hall. If your Tenri sect doesn't want to be discovered by the incense cult, you better let me go obediently and we can work together." Zhong Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to talk to him. She turned to look at Vice Leader Shu's face that was already festering. She had an idea. Zhong Xiaohua pointed the dragon binding hoop at Vice Leader Shu and dragged him to a chair. Vice Leader Shu laughed, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Junior brother Ren, you have a clear view of the situation." However, Zhong Xiaohua did not release the dragon binding hoop. Instead, he pointed his finger at Vice Hall Master Shu's face, and a piece of rotten flesh and a poisonous needle flew out and landed in the teacup on the table next to him. "You! What are you doing?" Zhong Xiaohua sneered, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Once he finished speaking, he walked forward and sealed Vice Hall Master Shu's major acupoints. -3. Chapter 698. When Vice Hall Master Shu saw that Zhong Xiaohua had sealed his main acupuncture point, he opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but no sound came out. It seemed that even if he could use the lotus blossom technique, Zhong Xiaohua would not let him go. Zhong Xiaohua opened Vice Hall Master Shu's mouth and pointed with her finger. The cup of poisonous blood and pus flew out and poured into Vice Hall Master Shu's mouth. Vice Hall Master Shu struggled with all his might. He wanted to spit out the poisonous blood, but the moment the cold tea entered his stomach, he gave up on that thought. After being fed with the poisonous blood, Vice Hall Master Shu's face turned dark red. Soon after, A mouthful of sweet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was a gorgeous sight under the light. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and pressed her finger on Vice Hall Master Shu's body to unseal his acupuncture point. Vice Hall Master Shu's face contorted from the heart-wrenching pain. You. Vice Hall Master Shu only managed to utter a single word before his head tilted to the side. More blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. He had actually died from the poison that he had concocted. Zhong Xiaohua pointed again and sent the filthy liquid back to Meng Qiong's body. She then released her divine sense and carefully examined Vice Hall Master Shu's body. When she was certain that Vice Hall Master Shu was dead, she let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Senior Bai, I have avenged you and vented my anger. I hope that you will be able to rest in peace when you are in the underworld." After she finished speaking, she kept the dragon binding ring and cleaned up the suspicious places in the hall. She then carried Meng Qiong's and Meng Fei's corpses and left the hall. She put away the jade talismans that she had placed in the surroundings and disappeared to a secluded area at the edge of the cliff. Seeing that there was no one around and that there were rocks blocking his way, Zhong Xiaohua threw out 2 jade talismans, turning the 2 corpses into ashes. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Imperial Wind technique and headed straight for Tianmu Peak. At this moment, in a place extremely far away from the White Yu Peak, there was another mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It towered over the earth in the dark night, and was actually more than twice the size of the White Yu Peak. There were also many pavilions and towers in the middle of the mountain, all of which were quietly bathed in the night sky. It was a slightly secluded courtyard, but it was brightly lit. In the hall, there was a small table with 4 exquisite dishes, a wine pot, and 2 wine cups. There were 2 people sitting opposite each other, drinking and chatting. A man in his 40s with a face as white as jade said warmly, "Zhao Jian, it's been a few days since you returned from the Yulan Grand Canyon. Have you recovered from your injuries?" Below him was a young disciple in his 20s. He was tall and strong, and his brocade robe made him look handsome and confident. However, his left hand was fastened with a cloth band, and his face was pale, indicating that he was still injured. Wasn't this the senior Zhao who led Zhong Xiaohu and the other disciples in the Yulan Grand Canyon? When Zhao Jian heard the man's question, he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Although this disciple was heavily injured, but with the Yuhuandan pill bestowed by Vice Hall Master Zhong, I have already recovered. This Yuhuandan pill is indeed worthy of being our fragrant religion's panacea. This disciple has come to thank Vice Hall Master Zhong for saving my life." When Vice Hall Master Zhong heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He waved his hand and said, "It's just a small matter, what's there to thank? Not to mention saving your life." Then, he looked at the pitch-black night sky outside the hall and said, "It's been hard on you. You don't have any foundation in the fragrant religion, and you're not even a direct disciple in the Misty Hall. Yet, you were able to lead a group of senior sisters and junior brothers to the Yulan Grand Canyon. Alas, they didn't make it back, and you were able to escape with your life. This can be considered a great fortune in the misfortune of the Misty Hall." Hearing Vice Hall Master Zhong's words, Zhao Jian's face immediately became filled with shame and desolation. He said in a low voice, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this disciple has let you down. You recommended me to lead the team, but..." As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. He said while crying, "But I really wanted to. But I was powerless. I watched as the blood wolves bit my junior brothers to death and ate them one by one. I couldn't even rush over. I really hate my martial arts for being so weak. I couldn't kill those hundreds of wolves one by one and save those pitiful junior brothers. Hall Master Zhong, I really am useless." When he finished speaking, his voice was already filled with tears, and he couldn't speak. "Alas, this can't be blamed on you. It's already a great fortune that you were able to escape with your life. I heard that there were 5 or 6 inner disciples who didn't make it out of the Yulan Grand Canyon. It's already very close to the closing time of the Yulan Grand Canyon. They must have met with misfortune. Even the inner disciples weren't a match for Huang Feng, not to mention you." Then, he looked at the crying Zhao Jian and comforted him, "Although you didn't make any contributions in entering the valley this time and you also lost almost 50 disciples, you still worked hard. Moreover, the ones who entered the valley this time were the elites of the younger generation. If they were to die in the valley, it would be a huge blow to our Misty Hall. At this time, we are in need of people. You are the leader of the younger generation in our spreading fragrance religion. If Hall Master Yang doesn't use you, who else can he use? Don't worry, Hall Master Yang didn't punish you and let you recuperate in peace. Doesn't this mean that she still thinks highly of you? Zhao Jian stopped crying and said in a low voice, Hall Master Zhong, disciple wasn't a direct disciple of the Misty School. It was only because of my talent in martial arts that I was able to make some achievements. And with your support, I was able to reach this step. Disciple is afraid that some people in the Misty Hall will come to slander Disciple because of the Yulan Grand Canyon. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong smiled proudly and said, you don't have to be afraid of this. Since the Yulan Grand Canyon values your ability and wants to train you, then even if all the disciples of the Misty Hall oppose, they can only watch and not say a word. Moreover, as you can see, although Hall Master Yang took care of some of the original disciples of the Misty School, didn't she also treat you differently? After all, you grew up in the Misty Hall. Although your luck wasn't good and you weren't able to enter the ranks of the direct disciples, this is also a good opportunity. Didn't you see what the direct disciples of the Misty School are like? All of them have been crippled of their martial arts and have become disabled. Even walking is difficult for them. There's only one old third-generation disciple left. Oh, I heard that he came in through nepotism, so he's not a threat to you at all. Ian, this third-generation disciple seems to have been buried in the belly of a wolf. Don't even mention him. Besides, out of the 50 people you brought with you, 40 of them didn't really support you. If they didn't come back, wouldn't it be even more difficult for you to? So, don't worry and do it boldly. I will support you from behind. The aroma cult will also be your solid backing. Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face was filled with joy. He picked up the wine cup on the table and respectfully said, many thanks for Hall Master Zhong's guidance. This disciple has been enlightened and will definitely follow your lead in the future. I won't hesitate to sacrifice my life for you. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong also smiled. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink it when he suddenly thought of something and said, Zhao Jian, this first cup is to our brothers in the underworld. Let them rest in peace earlier. Zhao Jian slapped his forehead and said, Hall Master Zhong really sympathizes with your subordinates. This disciple admires you. That's how it should be. Saying this, the two tilted the wine cup in their hands and the fragrant wine spilled on the clean ground. In the pitch-black night sky, a slender shadow flew forward like the wind. As it flew, it anxiously looked at the night sky. It was Zhong Xiaohua who was rushing from Baiyu Peak to Tianmu Peak. Along the way, Zhong Xiaohua fiercely circulated his Zhenqi. His previously healed meridians were torn again. In addition, he was kicked by Vice Hall Master Shu, which injured his internal organs. This torment caused blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. When he managed to rush back to Tianmu Peak, his meridians were already messed up. His face was deathly pale and there was a lot of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. However, he couldn't care too much at this time. After identifying the direction, he immediately burrowed into the ground and rushed back to the small room where he was recuperating. Fortunately, when he returned to the small room and removed the restrictions around him, he didn't have time to sit down cross-legged. He felt a wave of dizziness and his eyes immediately flickered. The next day, when Zhong Xiaohua woke up and checked his meridians, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. After a night of cultivation, his meridians had recovered quite a bit. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Xiaohua secretly circulated his Zhenqi and slightly destroyed his meridians in order to slow down the recovery of his injuries. After that, Zhong Xiaohua forced himself to get up. He stopped practicing the Fist of the North Star and called for Lu Chaoxian, who was guarding the door, to come in. Once Lu Chaoxian entered the room, he asked, Junior Brother Ren, your complexion was obviously rosy yesterday, which means that you have recovered. Why do you look worse today? Zhong Xiaohua laughed bitterly and said, last night, I was too impatient and actually damaged my meridians again. I almost suffered from qi deviation. Ah! Lu Chaoxian said in shock, "It's that serious?" Then, "Junior brother Ren, you have to be careful. Illness comes like a landslide, but it goes away like silk." "Oh, that's not right. Junior brother is injured." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Senior brother Lu is right. It's the same logic. Yesterday, I was too impatient. In the future, I will take it slow. However, senior martial brother Lu, if you're watching me at the door, don't sleep too soundly. Last night, I felt uncomfortable and called out to you loudly, but you only responded by snoring." This. Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and smiled helplessly. "Junior brother Ren, please excuse me. I faintly heard you calling out to me, but I remembered that you usually sleep like a log. I was afraid that I was dreaming, so. It's fine, it's fine. After all, nothing big happened last night." Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile. Just as they were talking, they heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the small courtyard. Then, they heard a rather familiar voice. "Little brother, what are you talking about? I heard that your injuries are getting better." -3. Chapter 699. Wasn't this familiar voice Chen Fengxiao, Headmaster Chen? Zhong Xiaohua was taken aback as he thought to himself, "It can't be. How did the news spread so quickly? Could it be that the news of Vice Hall leader Shu's death has already reached Tianmu Peak? Headmaster Chen wouldn't come to investigate, would he?" Cough cough, it had to be said, guilty conscience, the ancient saying was true. "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Zhong Xiaohua encouraged himself in his heart. Then, he forced himself to stand up. He gasped for breath and said, "Master Chen is here. I'm not feeling well, so I can't welcome you. Please forgive me." Chen Fengxiao entered and said with a smile, "Little brother, when did you become so polite? You've been back in the mountain capital for 2 days, but as your senior brother, I haven't come to see you. I should be the one apologizing." Then, Wu Zhoushu, who was behind Chen Fengxiao, also smiled and said, "Headmaster Chen was thinking about coming to see you last night, but I happened to have some matters on hand, and it was late, so I was delayed. Today, the two of us came to see you together. Little brother, don't blame us for being late." Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. "Luckily you guys didn't come yesterday, otherwise wouldn't I have been exposed?" Thus, she put on a smile and said, well said, well said. It's already good that the 2 headmasters came. How could I dare to think too much?" Then, the disciples behind the two also came over to exchange greetings. Great Titan Zhu Shuming was also among them. Then, Chen Fengxiao looked at Zhong Xiaohua's pale face and asked with some surprise, "Little brother, I heard yesterday that your injuries have improved, and you can even walk around the courtyard. I thought you would recover today, but now, your complexion seems to be the same as when you came back the day before yesterday, even." Wu Zhoushu scolded, "Little brother, is it that you don't have enough elixirs? If you don't, just tell me. The pill department doesn't have anything else, but there are still many elixirs." Then, with a you-know look, he said, "There are also many elixirs in high demand." Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, "If you want to give it to me, why don't you take it out now? It's obvious that you're not sincere." However, he still nodded and said, "When we returned from White Mountain Peak, Lord Hall Master gave us some pills. It's enough." Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, "It's just that when I was regulating my breathing last night, I was a little impatient and almost went crazy. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, so it didn't lead to a disaster. However, all my previous efforts have been wasted, and my injuries have worsened. I'll need more time to recuperate." Then, with a troubled look, he said, "I won't be able to take care of the medicine fields on Tianmu Peak for the time being. I'll have to trouble Senior Bai to do a little more." Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and he inadvertently glanced at Wu Zhoushu. Actually, if it was someone else, Chen Fengxiao wouldn't be in such a difficult position, and would be able to settle it with a single sentence. However, Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts were good, and he had saved 8 people in the Orchid Dusk refinement. His reputation on Tianmu Peak was immediately praised to the sky by the disciples. Whoever mentioned the dead Zhong Xiaohua, wouldn't they say the words benevolence and righteousness? Now that he had returned safely, he was a huge threat to Chen Fengxiao's position. Furthermore, He was personally received by Elder Sage Ginseng of the Pill Expanding Hall, and was even bestowed with elixirs. Oh, right. Zhong Xiaohua had even saved an inner sect female disciple in the Orchid Grand Canyon. All these were things that Chen Fengxiao couldn't even imagine. He could almost see that a path to the heavens had already been paved in front of Zhong Xiaohua. Hence, he couldn't have any more half-hearted thoughts. After thinking for a while, Chen Fengxiao said, "It's like this, little brother." Following that, Chen Fengxiao recounted the information that Lu Chaoxian had gathered, and finally said, "Little brother's mount had indeed eaten the medicinal herbs. This is something that I have also seen. Although I have also mentioned little brother's participation in the Orchid Dusk refinement, but the rules are the rules, and no one can violate them. Hence, even if junior brother Bai Huan had nothing to do with this matter, but since little brother had entrusted the mount to him, he had no choice but to be brought back to the White Mountain Peak to accept that investigation." Zhong Xiaohua's face showed shock, and muttered, "Ayo, there's such a matter. If head leader Chen didn't mention it, I really didn't know, this, entrusting the mount to senior brother Bai, I didn't expect that it would bring him so much trouble. Sigh, when he returns, I still have to properly apologize." "Oh, that's right, head leader Chen, why don't you let me go to the White Mountain Peak? Senior brother Bai is also innocent, let him return as soon as possible, I'll go find the hall leader to admit my guilt." Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "There's no need, little brother is chivalrous, even the hall leader knows about it. There's no need to admit such a small mistake, I'm sure junior brother Bai Huan will return in a few days." The corner of Zhong Xiaohua's eyes twitched a few times, and she suppressed her emotions and said, "That's good, that's good." Chen Fengxiao was still not at ease and said, "But, little brother's mount," Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand, "it's just a mount, if it ran away, then it ran away. Anyway, it's still in our incense cult, maybe we'll see it again in the future." In fact, when Lu Chaoxian told her about it yesterday, Zhong Xiaohua already had a plan. Although Huan Huan was just a beast, it was still somewhat intelligent, and it might not be able to run far. It might even be in the vicinity of Tianmu Peak. As long as she returned and had the time to search, she should be able to find it, so why should she make things difficult for Chen Fengxiao? Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua wasn't in a difficult position, Chen Fengxiao heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Little brother is so open-minded, you really have the magnanimity of a big shot, as your senior brother, I really admire you. However, our Tianmu Peak also has many fine horses, if little brother takes a fancy to any of them, just let me know." The few of them chatted for a while, and when they saw Zhong Xiaohua's tired face, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Little brother's injuries have healed, so we won't disturb you any further. The method of internal energy recovery has to be done step by step, like last night, don't try it again in the future." Zhong Xiaohua nodded slightly in thanks. Chen Fengxiao also bid farewell, "All right, we'll be leaving now. When little brother's injuries are healed, we'll celebrate with you and drink until we're drunk." Seeing that everyone had left, Zhong Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "So they weren't testing me, I thought last night's matter was already exposed." Sweat. Zhong Xiaohua didn't think that he was just an ordinary disciple, even if he managed to escape from the Orchid Dusk, it wasn't enough for him to be valued by the lingering fragrance peak, so why would they suspect him? Furthermore, looking at the time, it was just daybreak. Chen Fengxiao and the rest might have arrived early, but Vice Hall Master Shu's work and rest might not be so early. Perhaps no one was able to appreciate Zhong Xiaohua's extravagance on Baiyu Peak. Because Zhong Xiaohua wanted to delay his injuries, he didn't plan to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra, so he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to comprehend the talismans in his Niwen Palace. After the Orchid Dusk refinement, another talisman of the three-legged golden crow had revealed its true appearance, but Zhong Xiaohua didn't have the time to carefully examine it. Now that he had the time, it was time to properly comprehend the three talismans. There were many restrictions and formations in the lingering fragrance cult. Zhong Xiaohua had only been to a few places, but he had already encountered many. Presumably, he would encounter more in the future, so he had to work harder. Not to mention that Zhong Xiaohua was staying at Tianmu Peak to recuperate. Baiyu Peak, which was late in the morning, wasn't as chaotic as Zhong Xiaohua had imagined. It was obvious that the disciple who had been waiting outside Vice Hall Master Shu's courtyard had been anxious for a long time, but he hadn't seen Vice Hall Master Shu's figure after waiting for a long time. When he mustered up the courage to find the small courtyard and saw Vice Hall Master Shu's dead body, how could he bear it? He rushed to find Elder Purple Herb. This was a person who was second only to one person in the Pill Repository Hall, so he didn't dare to delay at all. When Elder Purple Herb heard this bad news, his first reaction was, "Is there going to be a ghost?" In the past, he wouldn't encounter such strange things for decades or even centuries. How could he encounter all of them this year? Although he was the Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall, he was an inner disciple like Vice Hall Master Shu. He only instructed the disciple who reported the news not to leak it at will and kept it a secret. Then, he immediately sent his confidant to Lingering Fragrance Peak to report the news. After that, he personally went to the secluded small courtyard to investigate. In short, the Lingering Fragrance cult had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had encountered all kinds of strange situations. Why would they panic because of the death of a small Vice Hall Master? Especially when he was poisoned to death. Even the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall on Bayou Peak didn't know that their most respected and beloved Vice Hall Master Shu had long left them and they could no longer see his amiable face. On Shushan Peak, which was very far away from Tianmu Peak and Bayou Peak, there was a rather large square halfway up the mountain. Above it was a hall several times larger than the Pill Repository Hall and 100 Herb Hall. There was a horizontal board with the words Misty Hall written on it. At this time, in the Misty Hall, there were only a few people sitting in such a large place. Directly above was Hall Master Yang Rupiang, the widow of sect leader Ou Peng of the Misty School. Below her left was a middle-aged man with a face as white as jade. Below her right was a middle-aged woman with a rather dark face. Even the lines on her body were too horrible to look at. Looking down, there was a tall and mighty male disciple standing respectfully in front of the hall. Yang Rupiang slightly frowned and asked, "Zhao Jian, your injuries have not healed yet. Stay and rest for the time being. There are not many things to do in the hall, so you don't have to come so early." The male disciple in front of the hall had his left hand fixed in front of his chest and a smile on his face. "Hall Master Yang is wise. Although this disciple has not healed yet, I am worried that there are not enough people in the hall. The others are all greenhorns. Don't delay the Hall Master's important matters." A very pleasant voice sounded, "If you have such loyalty, what have you been doing?" "Misty School. Hall has more than 50 disciples. You took them away alive, but only you came back. This loyalty? My Mingxue Hall has nearly 20 female disciples, but none of them came back. -3. Chapter 700. Zhao Jian was embarrassed and didn't dare to speak. Suddenly, he heard a cough and the man said, "Vice Hall Master Qin's words are a bit too heavy." Then according to Vice Hall Master Zhong's meaning, he left my Mingxue Hall's disciples in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Should I thank him and not say a word? It turned out that the person with the pleasant voice was the former Hall Master of the Misty School's Mingxue Hall, Aunt Qin. Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed and said, "First, I think Vice Hall Master Qin should understand that the decision to lead the disciples into the Yulan Grand Canyon was made by the 3 Hall Masters of the Misty Hall. It has nothing to do with Zhao Jian. Second, Zhao Jian's martial arts are limited. It's already good that he escaped with his life. Even the Lingering Fragrance Peak's female disciples can't take care of the Wuming Hall's outer disciples. We can't ask Zhao Jian to do what he must do. Third, we are now in the Shushan Peak of the Fragrant Religion. There is no Mingxue Hall, let alone Mingxue Hall's disciples. There are only Misty Hall's female disciples. So Vice Hall Master Qin, please clarify." Aunt Qin was somewhat angry. The Misty Hall's disciples had suffered heavy casualties when the Misty School was destroyed. The remaining male disciples were below average. The female disciples of the Mingxue Hall were better. Under the Fragrant Religion's rule of favoring females over males, many disciples didn't dare to be ruthless towards the female disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, among the female disciples who were brought to the fragrant religion, there were many outstanding disciples who could become the pillars of the Misty Hall. According to the usual practice of the aroma cult, these female disciples would be put in an important position when they arrived at the aroma cult. However, in order to restrain Yang Ruping and divide the power of the Misty sect, Lingering Fragrance Peak chose one of the inner sect disciples to be the deputy hall master of the Misty sect. And this deputy hall master Zhong chose Zhao Jian from the many male disciples to be the key disciple to be groomed. The outstanding female disciples of the Mingzue Hall didn't have the chance to shine. Although Yang Ruping was the widow of the leader of the Misty School's sect master Ou and the direct disciple of the Fragrant Religion's sect master, she wasn't keen on fame and fortune. It was only because of her late husband's request that she reluctantly took the position of hall master of the Misty Hall and protected the safety of all the disciples of the Misty School. Because the female disciples of the Mingzue Hall had the advantage in the Misty Hall, she chose Aunt Qin to be the vice hall master of the Misty Hall to help her deal with the affairs of the hall. This orchid dusk refinement was the first time since the establishment of the Misty Hall. Yang Ruping knew that it was dangerous and didn't want to send disciples in. However, this was the tradition of the Fragrant Religion. Secondly, she couldn't resist Vice Hall Master Zhong's persuasion. Thirdly, the relationship between the Shushin Peak and the other peaks wasn't harmonious. Many medicinal herbs, elixirs, and other things were lacking. In addition, it wasn't only the normal disciples who came to the Shushin Peak, but also the other disciples who were seriously injured. They were lacking in medicinal herbs. Therefore, after thinking it over, Yang Ruping finally agreed to Vice Hall Master Zhong's suggestion to send disciples into the Orchid Grand Canyon. However, Aunt Qin didn't agree. She felt that the disciples' martial arts weren't good enough and they had just experienced a setback. It was time for them to rest and recuperate, so it wasn't good for them to take risks. However, under Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong's insistence, she couldn't do anything. She even argued when selecting disciples to enter the canyon. Aunt Qin firmly didn't want some outstanding female disciples, such as Xia Zihei and Chang'e, to enter the canyon. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong insisted on having his own way. He believed that only the disciples with strong martial arts could safely pick the spiritual herbs. They had to go. The three of them argued for a long time before Vice Hall Master Qin reluctantly agreed. However, he asked for Xia Zihei, who had the highest martial arts, to be the leader. Yang Ruping naturally didn't have any objections. However, when they were about to set off, Vice Hall Master Zhong took out the cult leader's token and appointed Zhao Jian as the leader. He asked Xia Zihei to cooperate with him. At that time, Aunt Qin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Zhao Jian knew how to stir up trouble. On one hand, he was very panicked and didn't dare to accept Vice Hall Master Zhong's order. On the other hand, he pulled Xia Zihei and asked her to take charge. In the end, under Yang Ruping's suggestion, Zhao Jian and Xia Zihei were both the leaders. Xia Zihei and Zhao Jian would handle the daily affairs together. When they encountered difficult matters, Zhao Jian would take charge. When Zhao Jian set off, he even patted his chest and promised Aunt Qin that he would definitely bring back all the female disciples. When they heard the news of the beast tide in the Yulan Grand Canyon, almost all the disciples of the fragrant cult had died in the canyon. Other than despair, there was still a trace of hope. After all, they had taken different routes. Perhaps. However, when Zhao Jian came back alive and brought back the news that none of the disciples had escaped, Aunt Qin almost fainted. The strength of the Misty Hall had weakened by a lot. The female disciples of the Mingzue Hall had also suffered heavy losses. Thus, when Aunt Qin saw Zhao Jian's ambition, she couldn't help but ridicule him. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong's words were reasonable. The beast tide in the Yulan Grand Canyon was something that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. Even the outer disciples were completely annihilated, not to mention the disciples of the Misty Hall. Zhao Jian couldn't be completely blamed for this. When Yang Ruping saw the two quarreling again, she couldn't help but frown. She said, "Hall Masters, please don't argue. This is a natural disaster. You are both thinking for the development of the hall. Don't argue." Zhao Jian said in shame, It's all because of this disciple's stupidity. I couldn't share Hall Master's burden and even bet the lives of my junior brothers. I really deserve to die. When young Ruping heard this, she smiled and said, "All right, Zhao Jian. You don't need to feel guilty. You have already done very well. Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps this is fate." Saying this, her tone was a little sad. Then, she raised her head and said, "The past is the past. We can only live well. Only then can we not let down the disciples who died. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded. Young Ruping said again, "Well, let's discuss the relationship with each hall. This is also a common topic, but there are always solutions that can't be found. We can't exchange elixirs and herbs with the pill hall in time, and we have to negotiate with the heaven and earth hall for daily necessities." This, just as they were talking, a female disciple suddenly rushed in like a swallow and shouted, "Good news, Hallmaster, good news." When young Ruping heard this, she couldn't help but feel angry. This was an important place for the Misty Hall to discuss matters. It was just like the discussion hall in the Misty School. The rules were strict. Back then, as the mistress of the Misty School, she couldn't barge into the discussion hall. Now that she saw a female disciple who didn't know the rules, how could she not be angry? However, that female disciple's words immediately extinguished the thought of punishing her. "Congratulations, Hall Master. The 3 disciples who participated in the Orchid Dusk refinement have returned. Furthermore, they brought back 4 carriages of spiritual herbs." "What? Is this true? Who are the surviving disciples?" Zhao Jian's face was ashen and his limbs were weak. Looking at the female disciple who rushed over excitedly to report the news, his eyes flickered. Seeing that the 3 hall masters had stood up and asked in shock, the female disciple smiled and said, "The 3 disciples and spiritual herbs are still at the foot of the mountain." It was a senior brother from the Wooming Hall who rushed over to report the news. "Great." Young Ruping's face immediately glowed. How could she care about the female disciple's mistake of barging into the Misty Hall? She immediately said, "Let's go. Bring me to see which disciple is so proud of the Misty Hall." After saying that, she rushed out excitedly. Aunt Qin was also anxious. She also wanted to know if her beloved female disciple was among the 3 people. While Vice Hall Master Zhong was shocked, he saw Zhao Jian's loss of composure and frowned. "Zhao Jian, Zhao Jian?" After calling him a few times, Zhao Jian finally realized and hurriedly bowed. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what can I do for you?" "What's wrong with you? It seems like..." Vice Hall Master Zhong asked suspiciously. Zhao Jian rolled his eyes and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, this matter is a little strange. I was too engrossed in my thoughts just now and was a little rude." "Hey, what's strange?" "Not to mention the inner disciple, even the pill-expanding hall seems to have 4 carriages back." Zhao Jian whispered, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to think carefully. The pill-expanding hall disciple came out with the inner disciple. He must have received the protection of the inner disciple or basked in the light. It's understandable that he could come out by luck." However, when this lowly one came out, the entire prairie was the world of ferocious beasts. This lowly one was very careful all the way, lest I reveal my tracks and be discovered by the ferocious beasts. Not to mention a carriage, I only brought back a single stalk of spirit grass. How is it possible that 4 carriages carrying spirit grass openly came out of the Yulan prairie without any ferocious beasts attacking? Even the inner disciple can't fight against these ferocious beasts. How can the disciples of the Misty Hall escape? Moreover, among the disciples who entered the valley with me, how many of them are better than me in martial arts? I can't even bring 1 carriage back, but they brought 4 with them. Isn't this strange?" Vice Hall Master Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Zhao Jian, you're right. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it is. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has such great ability to be even more powerful than an inner disciple." After saying that, he left. Zhao Jian looked at the back and thought for a moment. He gritted his teeth and quickly followed. "Sigh, I have to say that Zhao Jian is indeed a rare talent. His analysis is absolutely reasonable and infinitely close to reality. However, He didn't know that the one who made such a big move was not his junior brother and junior sister, but his junior brother's younger brother. On Shushin Peak, after being depressed for many days, it suddenly glowed with vitality. All the disciples were standing by the side of the mountain path, talking at the same time while anxiously looking down the mountain. The sadness brought by the bad news a few days ago was slowly being healed by time. Suddenly, they heard the sound of carriages. Everyone shouted, "They're back!" -3. Chapter 701. Under the expectation of the Misty Hall's disciples, the first to arrive wasn't a carriage from the Misty Hall, nor was it the Wuming Hall's senior disciple who was guarding outside the Yulan Grand Canyon. Instead, it was Senior Quan who was escorting Zhong Xiaohua back to the Tuo Dan Hall. Senior Brother Quan's face was a little gloomy and he looked rather unhappy. Thinking about it, he had first made a trip to the White Mountain Peak and then immediately rushed to the convoy escorting the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, when they arrived at the foot of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, they were still not allowed to go forward and were sent to the Shushin Peak. No one would be happy. Behind Senior Brother Quan was another disciple with an honest face. Behind him were several carriages. There were more than 10 disciples escorting the group, all of whom were looking after the injured female disciple. There were only 2 disciples, and 1 disciple who was driving the carriages. There were 3 disciples escorting Zhong Xiaohu's group and the 4 carriages. Behind the Wuming Hall's disciple was the burly Zhong Xiaohu. He sat in the front carriage and pretended to wave the whip. His carriage was in the Wuming Hall's encampment and the horses were specially used to pull the carriage. Even if he didn't use the whip, the horses would still be very obedient. From afar, he saw the Misty Hall's disciples standing at the entrance of the mountain. The 3 hall masters of the Misty Hall were standing in the middle. Zhong Xiaohu didn't dare to sit in the carriage anymore and quickly jumped down. He pulled the reins of the horse and walked up the Shushin Peak step by step. When Chang'e and Chen Chen saw Zhong Xiaohu get down from the carriage, they also jumped down and followed behind him. Yang Ruping saw this and was happy. She waved her hand and said, "Why aren't you hurrying to catch them?" As soon as her voice fell, the disciples who were waiting at the side rushed forward and said, "Senior Zhong, Senior Chang'e, Senior Chen Chen," and helped to catch the carriage. Yang Ruping walked up to Senior Quan and the others. Senior Quan didn't wait for her to come closer and quickly got down from the horse and saluted, "Greetings, Hallmaster Yang." Yang Ruping smiled and said, "Marshal Nephew has worked hard. Please come in and have some tea." Senior Brother Quan said, "There are some things that I need to tell Hall Master Yang, so I won't be nagging you." After greeting Vice Hall Master Zhong and Auntie Qin, he followed Yang Ruping inside. Aunt Qin looked at Chang'e who was surrounded by the female disciples. Although her arms were fixed, she looked very energetic and her complexion was good. Needless to say, Chen Chen was no different from before they set off. Only then did she feel relieved and follow the crowd into the inner courtyard. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Senior Quan had already recounted what happened outside the Yulan Grand Canyon, as well as the matter of the escort. Soon after, he came out and bid farewell. Yang Ruping looked at the disciples who were asking questions with a smile and shouted, "Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, Chen Chen, come here." When Zhong Xiaohu and the others heard this, they quickly came over and bowed, "Greetings, Hallmaster Yang." Disciple Zhong Xiaohu fortunately didn't disappoint and brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. But, Yang Ruping waved her hand and said, "Your senior Zhao has already told you about the other matters, so there is no need to say more. I thought that he was the only one who escaped with his life. I didn't expect that the 3 of you also came back. Moreover, you brought back 4 carriages of spirit grass. Your contribution is not small." Chang'e and the others quickly bowed and said, "Hallmaster Yang is overpraising us. These are the hard work of our fellow disciples. We only brought them out of the Yulan Grand Canyon." Then he said, "However, due to the limited manpower of this disciple, even with the help of a Pill Repository Hall disciple, we could only rush back 4 carriages. Therefore, we chose some of the most precious spiritual herbs. Hallmaster, please check." Yang Ruping nodded and said, "You can be considered smart. You actually thought of using elk to pull the carriages. I really can't forget you. Then, she waved her hand and said, Pharmacy Hall disciples, come forward to check and register. When some of the disciples heard this, they immediately responded and quickly got on the carriages and unloaded the jade boxes. Some disciples went back to their rooms and took out pen, ink, and paper to register. On the side, Zhao Jian's face was constantly changing. He didn't know whether he should go forward or not. When he heard Yang Ruping say that Zhong Xiaohu and the others used elk to pull the carriages, he couldn't help but ponder. Then, a smile appeared on his face. When he saw that the pharmacy hall disciples were busy, he immediately stepped out and walked to Zhong Xiaohu with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Zhong, I really didn't expect that you could escape safely from the blood wolves. You are really lucky. At that time, I was chased by the blood wolves and thought that you. Ari, I am really not competent as a senior brother. Zhong Xiaohu also smiled and said, What is senior brother Zhao talking about? This has nothing to do with being competent or not. At that time, the situation was so urgent. It was already good that I could take care of my own life. Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face relaxed even more. He still held Zhong Xiaohu's hand and sighed for a long time. On the side, Chang'e and Chen Chen had already run to Aunt Qin's side. One on each side, they whispered something in her ear. Aunt Qin was also happy and held their hands, unwilling to let go. Chang'e was able to accompany Aunt Qin to escort Oyu Yangnan to Rejuvenation Valley. She was originally an elite disciple of Mingxue Hall. Now that she had come back from the dead and Mingxue Hall's talents had withered, Aunt Qin valued her even more. At this time, a burst of exclamations came from the disciples and attracted the attention of Yang Ruping and the others. They walked over and saw that the 4 carriages that Zhong Xiaohu brought back were filled with extremely rare spirit herbs. Even the slightly ordinary ones were very old. This made the disciples of the Misty Hall, who had not seen much of the world, very surprised. Every time a jade box was opened, there would be a disciple who knew the name of the herb and its age, causing a burst of exclamations. This Shushin Peak, which had been deserted for a long time, was now so lively. Yang Ruping and the other 2 hall masters smiled as they watched the disciples bustle about and exclaim in surprise. They did not stop them. To be honest, the amount of spiritual herbs in the 4 carriages was beyond their expectations. Even if all the disciples returned safely, they did not expect to gather so many spiritual herbs. Therefore, smiles hung on the faces of the 3 of them. Unlike all the other disciples of the Misty Palace, senior brother Zhao Jian's expression was extremely discordant. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His fists in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Wasn't it under his wise leadership that the disciples picked them? This great honor originally belonged to him and only he was worthy to stand in front of the disciples and enjoy the longing, amazement, and even adoration gazes. However, now all of this belonged to the direct disciple that he had always disdained and relied on nepotism to climb up to Oyu Peng's thigh. Zhao Jian's face was somewhat ferocious as he suppressed this voice in his heart. This, all belongs to me. Zhao Jian glanced at Chang'e, who was hugging Aunt Qin's arm, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. At this time, Zhong Xiaohu suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, Senior brother Zhao, why is your face so ugly? Are your injuries not healed yet? If you can't hold on, then rest early. There are many junior brothers here to help, so you don't have to worry too much, right? Zhao Jian gritted his teeth and said, Junior brother Zhong is indeed attentive. No wonder you were able to escape from the Yulan Grand Canyon filled with beasts. My arm is hurting again. Vice Hall Master Zhong, who was watching from the front, heard this and said with a smile, since that's the case, Zhao Jian should go back and rest. We are all here, so you don't have to watch. Zhao Jian glanced at Zhong Xiaohu and seemed to be worried. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Zhong has worked hard all the way and hasn't said anything about resting. How can I, as your senior brother, take the first step? Moreover, junior sister Chang'e is also injured, so shouldn't she rest? Yang Ruping was in a good mood. She turned around and said, All right, the 4 of you are injured. Go back and rest. Tell us about the matters in the Yulan Grand Canyon in detail tomorrow. Then, she looked at the pine trees in the distance and said in a low voice, Zhong Xiaohu, go and see your master. When he heard that you were buried in the Yulan Grand Canyon, although he didn't say anything, his expression wasn't right. It was as if he had lost his backbone. We also just heard about your return and didn't have time to tell him. Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, Thank you, Hall Master, for taking care of my master. This disciple will go and see master. After he finished speaking, he bowed to the disciples and walked towards a secluded place in the distance. After Zhong Xiaohu walked far away, Chang'e and Chen Chen also left under the urging of Aunt Qin. Zhao Jian let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at the excited disciples and thought for a moment before he got up and left. After he walked far away, Vice Hall Master Shu nonchalantly raised his head and looked at his back. Then, he turned around and looked at him. In the square in front of the Misty Hall, there was a small door in the corner. It was very inconspicuous. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the door and pushed it open. In front of her was a small courtyard with some herbs. The courtyard wasn't big and there weren't any houses. There was only a corridor beside the wall that led inside. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to be very familiar with it. She didn't even look inside the courtyard and directly walked into the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a pond and there were several small bridges. After crossing the small bridges, there was a row of pine trees. Under the green pine trees, there were several rows of exquisite small courtyards. Zhong Xiaohu walked to the front of a small courtyard in the middle of the front row. He stood quietly for a moment and calmed himself down. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the courtyard door. After knocking a few times, he heard a voice from inside. Who is it? What's the matter in the hall? Come in and talk. Zhong Xiaohu smiled and pushed the door open. He stepped into the courtyard with light steps and reached the center of the courtyard in a few steps. There was a flat field in the courtyard. Now, a middle-aged man was holding a hoe. He was bending over and hoeing the field bit by bit. From the side, this person's back was a little bent and there was no sweat on his forehead. The hand holding the hoe was also abnormally steady. Although his steps were heavy, no different from an ordinary person's, his movements were methodical. Although he was hoeing the field, it gave people the feeling that he was practicing martial arts. -3. Chapter 702. Zhong Xiaohu felt a pang in his heart as he looked at his master's calm demeanor. He walked to the edge of the field and stood there quietly. He knew that if it was before the ethereal sect was annihilated, when Wenhai would be able to hear his footsteps even if he was standing at the entrance of the small courtyard, let alone standing by the field now. However, when Wenhai's dantian had been exposed by the masters of the Righteous Alliance, and his entire body's power had been crippled. Although his foundation in martial arts was still there, and he was no different from an ordinary person when it came to farming and boxing, and even if he fought with others, as long as he did not use his internal energy, 3 to 5 people would still not be his opponent. However, compared to the powerful hero Wen from before, there was still a world of difference. Fortunately, when Wenhai still had his disciple, Zhong Xiaohu, to teach, he was much better off than the others. What's the matter? When Wenhai was surprised when he saw that the person did not speak. Master Zhong Xiaohu saw when Wenhai turned around and saw a pair of lifeless eyes. It was very different from when he first set out. He immediately knew that the news of him being eaten by the wolves was a big blow to his master. His eyes were moist as he took a few steps forward and whispered, "I'm back, Xiaohu." When Wenhai was truly shocked. He rubbed his eyes to get a better look before throwing the towel on the ground. He hurriedly took a few steps forward before slowing down. As he walked, he asked, "Why are you only back now?" Zhong Xiaohu smiled, "I've made master worry. I encountered a pack of wolves and did not make it back alive. But there were some unforeseen events and I was lucky to escape." How could Wenhai know the reason? He walked in front of Zhong Xiaohu, looked him up and down, and patted his shoulder. "Good, it's good that you're back. There are no external injuries, but what about internal injuries?" "I can't see them now. Everything is normal, master, and..." He hesitated halfway through his sentence. Wenhai smiled and said, "And what about it?" "Oh, Master," disciple had another encounter in the valley. "I had a breakthrough in my internal energy cultivation." "Really?" Wenhai was even more surprised. He smiled. "It's because the heavens have blessed my ethereal art that my Misty School's most powerful martial art has a chance to flourish. You have been practicing the ethereal divine art on the Shushin Peak. Although you have made impressive progress, you have been practicing it too late. You can't be compared with others. Now, you have almost lost your life. But, you are bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. You have actually made some breakthroughs in your cultivation. Little tiger, I hope you can continue to work hard in the future and let others see the true strength of my Misty School's direct disciples." Wenhai's internal energy was now completely destroyed. His passion to revitalize the Misty School was all on Zhong Xiaohu. Moreover, the two were not too different in age. Wenhai not only regarded Zhong Xiaohu as his disciple, but also as a friend. Watching Zhong Xiaohu grow was almost like watching his own wish slowly come true. In the past, when he saw that Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts were not good and was much worse than the other disciples, he always felt uncomfortable. Now that he heard that Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts had improved greatly, it must mean that the gap between him and the other disciples had narrowed. Of course, he was happy and encouraged Zhong Xiaohu to continue working hard. He did not think that Zhong Xiaohu's internal energy cultivation was now much higher than the number one disciple of the second generation of the Misty School. Zhong Xiaohu had been adjusting his breath and trying to master his internal energy. Seeing that his master had misunderstood, he did not explain. This kind of thing would be explained slowly when he practiced martial arts in the future. As for meeting Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen had already discussed it on the way back. Zhong Xiaohua had changed her name to Ren Xiaoyaro and was far away at Tianmu Peak. She had no connection with the Misty School, and might not be able to see her in the future. Moreover, the Misty School was in an awkward position in the fragrance cult. It might not be a good thing to let Zhong Xiaohua contact the Misty School. They had all agreed to keep it a secret, so Zhong Xiaohu did not intend to tell Wenhai. At this time, Wenhai thought of something and asked, "Who else in the Misty School escaped with you?" Zhong Xiaohu's face sank and said, "Only senior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen came out with me. The other disciples. Although I did not see them being swallowed by the wolves with my own eyes, when they came out, it was the last moment of the Yulan Grand Canyon closing. Presumably, they will not be able to come back." Alas Wenhai was somewhat sad and said, "It is the will of the heavens. In order to pick the herbs, we lost so many disciples. It is not worth it. Both the people and the herbs are gone." Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "Fortunately, this disciple brought 4 carriages of rare herbs. Perhaps we can find the spirit grass that can repair the dantian." Wenhai's eyes lit up and then immediately extinguished. He chuckled and said, "I have never heard of internal energy being able to be repaired. Don't comfort your master. Moreover, if we can find this kind of spirit grass, will the fragrance cult let us enter the valley?" Zhong Xiaohu was somewhat unwilling and asked, "Is there no way at all?" Shaking his head, Wenhai said, "There is no hope. Xiaohu, don't have any extravagant hopes. Unless." Saying this, Wenhai was even more self-deprecating. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. It is all a matter without a shadow." Zhong Xiaohu anxiously said, "Master, let this disciple know. What if we encounter it? How is that possible?" Wenhai looked at the disciple in front of him who was half a head taller than him and said with a smile, "That is just a legend. When I was young, I heard Ouda gang leader tell me a story." At this point, he seemed to be unwilling to talk about this topic. He looked to the side and said, "By the way, Chang'e and Chen, these 2 little girls have also come back. I guess your martial uncle Shui still does not know. These 2 girls have a good relationship with her. When she heard that you guys couldn't make it back, she was really sad. You should go and tell her. Oh, and that Xia Zihei, who has the best martial arts, didn't make it back either." Zhong Xiaohu knew his master's temperament. Generally, he would not have extravagant hopes for things that could not be realized. He was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now, to talk about the recovery of internal strength was simply a fantasy. Wenhai certainly did not want to say more. So, he nodded and said, "Yes, master. I have not seen senior sister Xia since the appearance of the wolf pack. She is probably dead. Alas, the talent is withering. Mingzue Hall was supported by instinct, but now it has suffered losses. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You go and tell your martial uncle Shui. Hurry and rest. We will talk about everything later." Zhong Xiaohu smiled apologetically and said, "Master, won't you go with me? With you by her side, won't martial uncle Shui be happier? Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for?" Wenhai laughed and scolded. Zhong Xiaohu bowed and left the courtyard. Wenhai turned his head and looked in another direction. Then, he sighed deeply and went back to the field. He picked up the hoe and concentrated on his work. The night gradually darkened. The misty hall on Shushin Peak was somewhat festive. After all, the return of the 3 disciples and the 4 carriages of precious herbs diluted the sadness of the past 10 days. However, in an exquisite courtyard, a handsome man was pacing back and forth in the room. His face was filled with anxiety. He was the disciple with the highest martial arts in the misty hall, Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian's eyes flickered and his fingers moved irregularly. It really showed the uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, Zhao Jian suddenly stopped and looked at the dark night sky. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He turned around and walked out of the room. He whispered to himself, "A man with a small amount of poison is not a man with a small amount of poison." Vice Hall Master Zhong was sitting on a chair in the same small room as last night. He was reading a book with great interest when he heard a disciple's report. Vice Hall Master Zhong was stunned for a moment before a look of understanding appeared on his face. He put down the book and waved his hand to let the disciple in. The person who came in was Zhao Jian. At this time, he had a card up his sleeve. His face was faintly red. Seeing that it was Zhao Jian, Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and said, "Zhao Jian, why are you not resting in the room or visiting Zhong Xiaohu? Why are you looking for me at this time?" Zhao Jian bowed and said, "Junior brother Zhong was able to bring 2 disciples and 4 carriages of spiritual herbs. He also saved a pill-expanding hall disciple and an inner disciple. He must be exhausted and exhausted. Even the hall chief told him to rest more. How can this disciple disturb him? Besides, junior brother Zhong has made such a great contribution. In the future, his position in the hall will definitely rise. This disciple can't casually visit him in the future." Vice Hall Chief Zhong looked at Zhao Jian with interest and said with a smile, "Zhong Xiaohu was able to make such a great contribution because of luck. You don't have to be jealous of him. His martial arts are far worse than yours. Even if the hall chief wants to put him in an important position, he can't be compared with you." When Zhao Jian heard this, he smiled and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, what are you talking about? As your senior brother, I am also happy that junior brother Zhong has made such a great contribution. After all, those herbs were gathered by the disciples. Bringing them back is better than wasting them in the canyon. Why would I be jealous?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Jian continued, "Besides, Vice Hall Chief Zhong is also very right. Junior brother Zhong became a monk halfway. When he was 18 years old, he was apprenticed to martial uncle when to cultivate inner strength. This is too late. Although this disciple hopes that he can make great progress in martial arts and help me revitalize the Misty Hall, it's just a dream. But..." Speaking of this, Zhao Jian hesitated. "But what?" Vice Hall Chief Zhong was a little confused. But if Hall Chief Yang insists on putting him in an important position and wants to restrain this disciple may be of little help to Vice Hall Chief Shu. Vice Hall Chief Shu smiled and said, "I've thought about this matter just now. But Zhong Xiaohu has made such a great contribution. If Hall Chief Yang wants to use him, it's like adding fuel to the fire. What can you and I do?" "Of course not." Zhao Jian shook his head and said, Don't you think that with Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts and knowledge, it's impossible for him to do so many incredible things? -3. Chapter 703. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Shu was also interested. He leaned forward and asked, "What do you mean, martial nephew Zhao?" Zhao Jian was the disciple he had chosen to cultivate in the Misty Hall. Naturally, he would listen to his advice. On one hand, he could find out more about the disciples of the Misty School. On the other hand, he could see if this disciple was worth cultivating. Hearing Vice Hall Master Shu's words, Zhao Jian smiled and said, "Presumably, Vice Hall Master Shu also went to Orchid Dusk Refinement when he was young. You should know about the dangers in the Orchid Grand Canyon." Vice Hall Master Shu frowned and said, "I know about Orchid Dusk Refinement and I have also entered it. But it was a long time ago. I think I can understand what you mean. You feel that it is inconceivable that the three of them could come out. But, since the disciples of Pill Tower Hall could come out, there is no reason why our Misty Hall disciples can't come out safely. Moreover, Orchid Dusk Refinement has a tradition of thousands of years in our incense religion. There are too many inconceivable things in it. Zhong Xiaohu's matter is not surprising." Zhao Jian nodded and said, "I know that Vice Hall Master Shu is experienced and knowledgeable. You have eaten more salt than this disciple has eaten rice. Moreover, the Orchid Dusk Refinement is held every 5 years. There must be a lot of novel things. But this time, this disciple really saw it with his own eyes. All the disciples of the Misty Hall were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of blood wolves. This disciple also relied on his painstakingly trained Qinggong to escape with his life. Even senior sister Xia Zihei, her martial arts is not much worse than this disciple's. But didn't she also fall into the wolf pack? What kind of martial arts does Zhong Xiaohu have? How could he escape with his life? And junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen? This disciple really can't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Can you confirm that they were really trapped by thousands of blood wolves?" Vice Hall Master Shu scratched his chin and asked in disbelief. "Yes, this disciple can guarantee with his life. Moreover, I also saw a golden blood wolf king on the distant hillside." "What?" Vice Hall Master Shu stood up and asked, "Blood wolf king? Did you really see it?" Zhao Jian nodded, "That's right, this disciple has never seen the blood wolf king before. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I tell Vice Hall Master Shu?" "Well, that's true. In the fragrant religion, except for the inner disciples of the fragrant religion, almost all of the ordinary disciples who saw the Blood Wolf King died. Not many people know what the Blood Wolf King looks like. Zhao Jian struck while the iron was hot, therefore, it's impossible for this Zhong Xiaohu to escape with his life from the pack of blood wolf." Vice Hall Master Shu shook his head. "But, he managed to escape. Then, since he escaped, why didn't he come out of the Yulan Grand Canyon earlier like this disciple? Instead, he waited until the last day to come out." Moreover, Vice Hall Master Shu, among the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Cult, how many of them can ride the elk of the Yulan Prairie as a mount and pull a carriage out of the Yulan Grand Canyon? Vice Hall Master Shu was still speechless. Zhao Jian's words were extremely accurate. Even if Zhong Xiaohu was here, he wouldn't know how to answer. Then, Vice Hall Master Shu's face changed and said in horror, "Don't tell me. You think Zhong Xiaohu is related to this beast tide? Zhong Xiaohu is related to the pack of blood wolves?" Vice Hall Master Shu and Zhao Jian said almost at the same time. Then, Vice Hall Master Shu couldn't help but shake his head. "Impossible, impossible. How is this possible? You are all disciples of the Misty School and have only been in Lingering Fragrance Cult for a few years. This is also the first time you entered the Yulan Grand Canyon. How could it be related to the berserk beasts inside? This is really inconceivable. Vice Hall Master Shu, don't forget that Zhong Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School. In the previous generation, several direct disciples had their dantian destroyed by our Lingering Fragrance Cult, crippling their cultivation and becoming insignificant figures. In the third generation, he is the only direct disciple. If the Misty School doesn't have anything hidden up their sleeves, would you believe it? Vice Hall Master Shu's face slightly changed. Moreover, after this disciple came to Shushin Peak and saw many incredible things, only then did I know that the Misty School is actually a large sect like Lingering Fragrance cult. Think about it, how could the Misty School be so easily destroyed by us? Maybe they don't have any ulterior motives. At this moment, Zhao Jian was possessed by the spirits of the Lingering Fragrance cult, completely forgetting his identity as a disciple of the Misty School. Although Vice Hall Master Shu was an inner disciple of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, he did not participate in the battle against the Misty School. Naturally, he did not know the situation. Hearing Zhao Jian's words, he could not help but be moved and anxiously said, "Do you really think that Zhong Xiaohu is related to the Beast Tide? Moreover, this is a plot by the direct disciples of the Misty School?" "That's right," Zhao Jian resolutely said, "even if it is not a plot by the Misty School's disciples, it must be related to the Blood Wolf and the Beast Tide." Vice Hall Master Shu listened and sat on the chair, his eyes staring at Zhao Jian. The cauldron lasted for half a cup of tea, making Zhao Jian's hair stand on end. Immediately, Vice Hall Master Shu picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said, "Zhao Jian, do you think this old man is old and does not know what you are thinking? You just saw that Zhong Xiaohu had made a great contribution and threatened your position, so you are anxious and want to trip him up." Zhao Jian immediately bowed and said, "Vice Hall Master Shu, you are right. This disciple is indeed jealous of this guy. Clearly, this disciple was the one who brought people to pick the spiritual grass, but now it is his credit. However, this disciple was personally promoted by Vice Hall Master Shu. How can this disciple not do his best for Hall Master Shu? Moreover, compared to the business of the Misty Hall and Vice Hall Master Shu's plan, this disciple's position is nothing. Isn't it just a matter of Vice Hall Master Shu's words? I know that after Vice Hall Master Shu came to Shushin Peak, you have always been modest to Hall Master Yang and did not argue with her about many things. Under the premise of being modest, you want to complete the task given by the sect leader. This time, the Orchid Dusk refinement was an opportunity for you. Unfortunately, you encountered the Beast Tide caused by Zhong Xiaohu, which made your efforts go to waste. If you can catch the mastermind behind this Beast Tide, not only will you be able to turn the tide in the Misty Hall and completely defeat the Misty School's former disciples, but you will also be able to show your face in front of the sect leader and make a great contribution. This. Zhao Jian's words hit the nail on the head. Vice Hall Master Shu didn't care about the internal strife between Zhao Jian and Zhong Xiaohu at all. However, Zhao Jian was, after all, personally promoted by him, so it was inevitable that he would lend a helping hand. Moreover, being able to show his face in front of the sect leader was truly what Vice Hall Master Shu wanted. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Shu was moved, Zhao Jian continued, "Zhong Xiaohu is just an ordinary disciple of the Misty Hall. Even if he was a direct disciple of the Misty School, his identity has long been outdated. If Vice Hall Master Shu can find something from this guy, of course, it will be good. You are not only the benefactor of hundreds of disciples who died unjustly, but also the savior of the disciples who will participate in the Orchid Dusk refinement in the future. Think about it, if you don't get rid of the mastermind behind Zhong Xiaohu, who will dare to participate in the Orchid Dusk refinement in 5 years? A rush of excitement. This was the only feeling Vice Hall Master Shu had at this time. He really could not imagine what kind of situation he would be in if he could really get rid of the mastermind behind the Beast Tide. This condition, this contribution, really made Vice Hall Master Shu's mouth water a little. It was not surprising that Vice Hall Master Shu felt this way. The fragrance cult had always respected the female disciples. Most of the inner disciples on the Fragrance Peak were female disciples. There were very few male disciples like Vice Hall Master Shu, and his status was also low. If nothing unexpected happened, Vice Hall Master Shu would be the Vice Hall Master of the Misty Hall. Perhaps after many years, when Yang Rupiang was tired of it, the position of the Misty Hall Master would be vacant, and he would have a chance. The premise was that there was no resistance from the former disciples of the Misty School. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Shu couldn't help but be greedy when he saw that he might be able to make a name for himself in the future, Once this greed was born, it became a situation where a single spark could start a prairie fire. Vice Hall Master Shu's little bit of rationality was burned away. He only saw Zhao Jian gritting his teeth and said, "Zhao Jian, don't think of me as a sword. You have to know that I personally selected you from the disciples of the Misty School. If there is no accident, your future will be 10,000 times brighter than Zhong Xiaohu's." Just based on his identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School, the fragrance cult will not allow him to do anything in the Misty Hall. These disciples all know. If Vice Hall Master Shu had not been kind to me, I would not have come here today and would not have said these words. "Zhao Jian, are you hiding something from me?" Vice Hall Master Shu shouted. Zhao Jian's eyes twitched as he said, "Disciples' loyalty is as clear as day. How can I hide anything from Hall Master? To be honest, Disciple does not dare to believe that junior brother Zhong and the other two in the afternoon are real. I saw the disciples being eaten by the wolves with my own eyes." Vice Hall Master Shu sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "You mean that the three of them are not the original disciples?" "Yes," Zhao Jian said decisively. Perhaps Vice Hall Master Shu did not notice, but when I saw Zhong Xiaohu in the afternoon, I paid attention. Although I did not directly exchange blows with him, but when I saw him jump off the carriage and walk, I felt that his martial arts had greatly improved. There is a huge difference from before. Is that so? Are you sure? Vice Hall Master Shu's martial arts weren't on the same level as these disciples, so he naturally wouldn't care about the level of Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts. However, Zhao Jian saw Zhong Xiaohu as a thorn in his side, so he had already noticed it. With the sudden increase in Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts and the fact that he wasn't able to control it freely, it was inevitable that someone would notice it. -3. Chapter 704. Of course, Vice Hall Master Zhong can rest assured. As long as you call Zhong Xiaohu over and check his cultivation, you will know. Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head. This can't be considered as evidence. There are a lot of heavenly treasures in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the inner court female disciples of the lingering fragrance peak to enter the canyon for training. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohu's internal force cultivation is very low. Even if he doesn't use any high-grade heavenly treasures, it would be possible for him to increase his internal force. Zhao Jian was jealous. Why can't I encounter such a thing? Thus, he laughed, Vice Hall Master Zhong is thinking too much. Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind is not Vice Hall Master Zhong's style. How dare you? Vice Hall Master Zhong frowned and scolded. Zhao Jian trembled and quickly said, "I don't dare. I don't have any other meaning. I just thought that if this matter is true, then this is a fat piece of meat sent to Vice Hall Master Zhong's mouth. If it is not true, then you can just wave your hand and let him go. Do you think he will turn around and blame you? He dares." Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed. "He is just an ordinary disciple. In the eyes of your Misty School, he is only a direct disciple. But in my eyes, he is not even as good as you." Immediately, he made up his mind and waved his hand. "Then tomorrow, we will take down Zhong Xiaohu and the others. I want to see what kind of trick they are playing." This. Zhao Jian heard that they were going to take down the three people and was happy. However, he hesitated and hesitated. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong angrily said, "If you have something to say, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't let me see it." Zhao Jian flattered, "Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. At this time, I was thinking that if Zhong Xiaohu had some flaws and came back to collude with the martial uncles of the Misty School, wouldn't we be able to erase some of the clues we want to know? What if we tell Hall Master Yang tomorrow and let Hall Master Yang have a preconceived idea? Then, wouldn't we be in a passive position? Here, he directly said we are passive, not Vice Hall Leader Zhong is passive. Obviously, he tied Vice Hall Leader Zhong to the same boat as him. Vice Hall Master Zhong gritted his teeth when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed as he said, "All right, I'll listen to you. However, I'll make things clear. If you're hiding anything from me, then I'll absolutely not forgive you." Zhao Jian panicked and said, "This lowly one only has a little bit of selfishness. Everything else is out of consideration for you. If you can take a step further, then wouldn't this lowly one be able to enjoy it endlessly? Vice Hall Master Zhong changed his expression and said, Humph, I know your selfishness. You can rest assured that as long as you are careful and loyal to me, even if this Zhong Xiaohu has nothing to do with the beast tide in the Yulan Grand Canyon, I will still take responsibility and protect you. Zhao Jian was overjoyed as he cupped his hands and said, I knew that following Vice Hall Master Zhong was the wisest decision in my life. All right, I already know about your loyalty. You don't have to keep mentioning it. After Vice Hall Master Zhong finished speaking, he took out a token from his bosom and handed it over, saying, This is a token specially bestowed by the sect leader. Take it and dispatch the law enforcement disciples to capture Zhong Xiaohu and the other two and send them to the dungeon. I'll personally interrogate them in a while. Understood. Zhao Jian was abnormally excited as he carefully took the token and turned around to leave. Vice Hall Master Zhong stared at Zhao Jian's back as he left, and thought to himself, this guy is quite shrewd. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohu has the tendency to threaten him, he wants to find a way to restrain him. He, isn't this old man also thinking of weakening the Misty School's strength? 50 disciples have died, but Zhong Xiaohu and the others have appeared. Will these 3 be able to implicate the other disciples? I'm looking forward to it. The situation in the Misty Hall was somewhat delicate. In order to control the disciples of the Misty School, the sect leader of the fragrance cult had dispatched Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei under Yang Rupiang. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong couldn't go into the tiger's den alone, so he had dispatched dozens of law enforcement disciples to protect Zhong Pei's dignity. Moreover, he had also specially bestowed a token. If Vice Hall Master Zhong had any objections to Yang Rupiang's decision, he could use this token to veto and delay the decision and hand it over to the Lingxiang Peak. Therefore, Zhao Jian took this token and led the law enforcement disciples to easily capture Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen in the dungeon. When Zhao Jian was capturing Zhong Xiaohu, he had bad intentions. At first, he didn't let the law enforcement disciples come forward, but suddenly barged in himself. Zhong Xiaohu was circulating his qi and regulating his breathing, but Zhao Jian's sudden intrusion almost caused him to go mad. Moreover, Zhao Jian didn't answer and went forward with a fierce method, wanting to take Zhong Xiaohu's life. Zhong Xiaohu was confused and abnormally angry. When he saw Zhao Jian attacking, he naturally had to fight. As a result, without using any weapons, Zhong Xiaohu actually forced Zhao Jian to the point where he almost didn't have the strength to fight back, causing Zhao Jian to lose face. The jealousy in his heart, TSK, was really indescribable. Seeing that he was unable to cause Zhong Xiaohu's cultivation to go berserk and that he had verified his conjecture that Zhong Xiaohu's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Jian took out the token and called out the disciplinary disciple from outside. Zhong Xiaohu recognized the token and the disciplinary disciple that all ethereal sect disciples loathed and immediately understood what was going on. After all, in the Yulan Grand Canyon that day, the disciples of the Misty School were hiding in the small forest. The blood wolves only passed by from a distance and didn't discover them. If it weren't for the 2 inexplicable horse-neighs, the dozens of lives wouldn't have been lost in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohu and Chang'e whispered for a long time along the way, speculating about the horse-neighs outside the forest. At that time, Zhao Jian and Xia Zihei had asked everyone to take good care of the horses. Who would want to die and let go of the horses? The 2 of them couldn't be sure. Even when Zhong Xiaohu heard that Zhao Jian was still alive, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He only had a little suspicion. That day, everyone was focused on running for their lives, so who would pay attention to each other? It was normal that he didn't see Zhao Jian's figure. However, at this moment, Zhao Jian actually brought law enforcement disciples from the fragrant religion to capture him. Wasn't this a blatant act of exposing 300 taels of silver here? Therefore, Zhong Xiaohu immediately stopped resisting and pretended that he didn't know anything. He smiled and said, Senior Zhao, I don't know what mistake I made. I just returned from the Yulan Grand Canyon and you brought law enforcement disciples to capture me. No matter what, we are still brothers who have gone through life and death together. Zhao Jian shook his head, Junior Zhong, You have to understand. I also don't know what happened. It's just that Vice Hall Master Zhong wants to capture you. Please come with me. If you continue to fight, it will hurt the harmony between us brothers. Harmony? Zhong Xiaohu sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for my great improvement in internal energy, wouldn't I have injured you? However, his face was very warm. How about this, Senior Zhao? Just now, a disciple came over and asked me to go see the Hall Master. I was just about to go over. Why don't we go to the Hall Master together? Zhao Jian waved the token in his hand. If it was any other day, I would definitely go see the Hall Master first. However, at this time, Junior Zhong should come with me first. Zhong Xiaohu was helpless. He knew that he couldn't win against the law enforcement disciples. Even if he made a fuss, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait to be captured. His acupoints were sealed and he was thrown into the dungeon. Zhong Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the ethereal sect. Even though he had passed away a long time ago, he was still taken care of in the Shushin Peak. His residence was different from the others and no other disciple knew that he had been captured. However, capturing Chang'e and Chen Chen was different. The residence of the two was usually forbidden to male disciples. When Zhao Jian and the law enforcement disciples entered, they naturally attracted the attention of the female disciples. Chang'e and Chen Chen didn't resist, but when they were taken away, they were stopped by Aunt Qin who had received the news and rushed over. However, when she saw Zhao Jian's token, she could only let them go. However, just in case, she sent several female disciples to follow behind the law enforcement disciples. She quickly went to Yang Ruping's residence to seek help. Thus, Zhao Jian easily captured the three of them. However, just as he invited Vice Hall Master Zhong over, Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin arrived as well. Looking at Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's angry expressions and stern questioning, Zhong Pei wasn't surprised in the slightest. He only smiled faintly and said, Hall Master Yang is overthinking things. This one just suddenly felt that Zhong Xiaohu's group of three being able to escape from the Yulan Grand Canyon was very sudden and unreasonable. That's why I captured them and carefully questioned them. Yang Ruping angrily said, I also want to ask them tomorrow. You just need to call Zhong Xiaohu and the others to the Misty Hall tomorrow. Why did you make such a big fuss tonight? Zhong Pei was still indifferent as he said, this matter is of great importance. Thousands of disciples in the Yulan Grand Canyon were buried in the stomach of the beasts. I was afraid that there would be some changes tonight, so I had to make such a hasty decision. You. Yang Ruping was so angry that she laughed. You actually think that Zhong Xiaohu and the others are related to the beast tide? Isn't it? Zhong Pei's expression was still the same as he said, using elk to pull the carriage, 3 people with ordinary martial arts to bring 4 large carriages, and even saving an inner disciple and a disciple of the pill-expanding hall. Hall Master Yang can't even understand this. This is also what I want to ask tomorrow, Yang Ruping said sternly. Then I will ask on behalf of Hall Master Daren tonight, so that Hall Master Daren doesn't have to worry. Seeing Zhong Pei so fearless, Yang Ruping angrily said, Are you the Hall Master of the Misty Hall or am I the Hall Master? Quickly release them for me. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, This Misty Hall is naturally Hall Master Yang's Misty Hall. However, I was appointed by Sect Master Daren and had to deal with matters that Hall Master Yang can't bear to deal with. Zhong Xiaohu didn't give me a reasonable explanation about the Yulan Grand Canyon, so I can't release him. Good. Yang Ruping said with a smile, I will send someone to the Lingering Fragrance Peak to report this matter to Sect Master Daren and wait for Sect Master Daren's decision. Hall Master Yang doesn't need to worry. I have already sent someone just now. Hall Master Yang only needs to wait calmly. -3. Chapter 705. Yang Ruping also said, Don't worry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. I'll immediately send someone to Lingxiang Peak and tell the whole story to Hierarch His Excellency. The whole story. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong sneered and said, I haven't seen Zhong Xiaohu yet, but Hall Chief Zhong already knows the whole story? Then, without waiting for Yang Ruping to answer, he cupped his hands and said, Hall Chief Yang, I'm going to ask Zhong Xiaohu something. Will Hall Chief Zhong follow me? Yang Ruping gritted her teeth and said, forget it. Since Deputy Hall Chief Zhong volunteered, I'll leave it to you. You can report to me after you get the result. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. But when he was halfway, he turned back and said, I forgot that after Deputy Hall Master Zhong finishes his questioning, I may also have something to ask. Therefore, you can't torture Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen at will. If there is anything wrong with these three people, I will ask you. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong laughed and said loudly, Hall Chief Yang, if I don't torture them, how can I make them tell the truth? Do you think it's possible? Ha ha. Yang Ruping ignored him and said, that depends on your means. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was angry and stared at Yang Ruping's back for a long time. Then he laughed and looked at the token in his hand with disdain on his face. This was a room similar to the dungeon on Bai Yufeng, but there were burning torches on the wall. Zhong Xiaohu was sitting on a stool and looking coldly at Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian, who were walking into the cell. Zhong Pei walked to Zhong Xiaohu and stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out and pointed at the major acupoint on Zhong Xiaohu's chest. A stream of internal force flowed into Zhong Xiaohu's meridians. After circulating for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, Congratulations, nephew Zhong. I haven't seen you for dozens of days, but your internal force has made a big breakthrough. Zhong Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Please don't laugh at me, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How can my little internal force be noticed by Hall Chief Zhong? Could it be because of this that you captured me? Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head and said, You started cultivating your internal strength late, and your foundation is too bad. Even if you ate some heavenly treasure in the Yulan Grand Canyon, your cultivation would still be at your current level. How can I care about it? Zhong Xiaohu was surprised and said, Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. This disciple only ate a scarlet fruit in the Yulan Grand Canyon, which greatly increased my internal energy. Moreover, junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen also ate it. You will know if you ask. Hall Chief Zhong TTSSSSTS was TTTS Paises, and I TTTSS have TTTTSSS ask. Zhong Xiaohu glanced at Zhao Jian, whose expression had changed. He asked curiously, Then why did Deputy Hall Chief Zhong bring me here so late at night? Vice Hall Master Zhong said with a smile, Zhong Xiaohu, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. With your current inner strength, even if you eat 2 more cinnabar fruits, you may not be able to enter my eyes. You should tell me in detail what is going on with the beast tide in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Red fruit. Beast tide. Zhong Xiaohu was stunned and said, That red fruit is the legendary red fruit. It seems different from what I imagined. Then, he said in confusion, our Misty Hall's convoy didn't encounter any beast tide, only a pack of blood wolves. This senior brother Zhao, who led the convoy, knows it better than this disciple. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong didn't even look at Zhao Jian and said, What Zhao Jian should say has been said. What I want to know is what happened to you and what you did. It's very simple. After we were discovered by the pack of blood wolves that day, we ran for our lives. However, we were still surrounded by blood wolves. This disciple, Chang'e, and Chen Chen's horses were faster, and our direction was different from that of the other disciples. By the time they surrounded us, the other disciples had already disappeared. Of course, this disciple and the other disciples were no match for the pack of blood wolves. After our horses were eaten by the blood wolves, the disciples were desperately trying to resist. Then, we heard a loud cry in the sky, so the pack of blood wolves left the disciples behind and left. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was dumbfounded. So simple? Yes. Nonsense. Zhao Jian, who was next to him, was extraordinarily angry and shouted, Why didn't I hear it? It's simply nonsense. Hey when we were surrounded by the pack of blood wolves, where was senior brother Zhao? How could you not hear it? Zhong Xiaohu sneered. Shut up. I didn't ask you to say it. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong turned around and scolded Zhao Jian, then asked, Then why didn't you return to Shushan Peak earlier like Zhao Jian? Instead, you stayed there for so long. Zhong Xiaohu said innocently, Vice Hall Master Zhong, have you forgotten? Didn't this disciple say it just now? When junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen were hungry and thirsty, we ate the vermilion fruit and then fainted. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was speechless. The vermilion fruit was only a legend. Many years ago, there were indeed inner disciples who had eaten it, but he had never seen it himself. Naturally, he didn't know the symptoms of taking it. There was no way to verify this. After thinking for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, I didn't expect that junior nephew Zhong's method of making up a story is so first class. It's almost like a scholar writing a book, watertight. However, this is not what I want to know. You'd better tell me about the beast tide. Zhong Xiaohu furrowed his brows. The plot that he came up with was something that he and Chang'e had come up with. They only blamed everything on that loud cry. Anyway, they had heard it before, and besides them, there were no other living people, so it was impossible for them to verify it. When they left the valley, they heard that Zhao Jian had also escaped danger. They were surprised, but the matter of repelling the blood wolves was indeed inhumane. They didn't have any good ideas, and after thinking about it, it was just like that. Anyway, 3 people's words were more credible than one person's, and there might not be anyone who would really investigate. However, Zhong Xiaohu and the others didn't expect that someone would really investigate the details. At this point, they could only bite the bullet and continue. Anyway, Zhong Xiaohua's matter must not be mentioned. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohu also knew that the status of female disciples in the Misty School was different. Even if Chang'e and Chen Chen were captured, Deputy Hall Chief Shu wouldn't do anything to them. He could only grit his teeth and bite the bullet. That was it. Who could do anything about it? However, at this time, Deputy Hall Chief Shu didn't care about the bloodwolves, but mentioned the beast tide, which really made Zhong Xiaohu puzzled. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohu probed, I don't know what Deputy Hall Chief Shu wants to know about the beast tide. I was with senior brother Zhao before I encountered the bloodwolves, so I should know less than senior brother Zhao. That's all on the surface. Zhao Jian is just an ordinary disciple of your Misty School. How would he know the core secrets of your Misty School? Your Misty School is also a big sect. Don't tell me you don't have any secrets. Or, don't you have any means to cause a beast tide? Of course, I know that you have only been in the sect for a short period of time. You may not have any feelings for the ethereal sect, but you did it because of someone's instigation. If you say it, yes, even if you say it's a name, this hall will let you go immediately. Don't worry, not to mention the merit of your report, even if you bring back 4 carriages full of spirit herbs, this hall will be lenient with you. You. Don't you want to say 1 or 2 names? You. Zhong Xiaohu was angry. At this time, he knew that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's plan was to wipe out the Misty School's forces in one fell swoop. Moreover, he even used the beast tide as a reason. What is a beast tide? It is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the fragrant religion. Not to mention that Zhong Xiaohu didn't know the whole story. Even if he knew that it was related to the Misty School, he would absolutely not say it. Deputy Hall Chief Shu really thinks highly of this disciple. How could this disciple provoke a beast tide? There is no one behind me who instigated it, Zhong Xiaohu said coldly, but resolutely. But, how do you explain how you drove the 4 carriages from the east of the Yulan Grand Canyon? Well, using Elka's mounts, you drove the carriages to the south exit. That's across the entire Yulan prairie. How could you not encounter any ferocious beast? Don't tell me that with your martial arts, you are invincible in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Ha 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 tilde. Zhong Xiaohu was speechless. This was the truth. He regretted not listening to Zhong Xiaohua's advice in the Yulan Grand Canyon. He could only smile and say, perhaps this disciple's character is good, or perhaps it is the blessing of our Misty Hall. This disciple really didn't encounter any ferocious beasts. Seeing Zhong Xiaohu push the blame away, Deputy Hall Chief Shu didn't get angry. Instead, he confidently said, Martial nephew Zhong, you are our hall's younger generation. We don't want to be too strict with you. If you are an outstanding person, you should be able to adapt to the current situation. But if you don't accept the toast, then the only thing waiting for you is the punishment of drinking. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Zhong Pei and then looked at Zhao Jian. He knew that if he mentioned the horse's neigh at this time, it would only add to the joke. Instead, it would arouse Zhao Jian's suspicion. Even Zhong Xiaohu began to suspect that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong had instructed Zhao Jian to do something. This kind of thing can only be effective in front of Hall Chief Yang. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohu shook his head and said, "This kid is stupid. He only knows how to tell the truth. If you want this kid to make up something, then you should find someone else." Then, he pointed at Zhao Jian with his chin and said, "This senior Zhao seems to have a deep understanding of this." "You." Zhao Jian's face was very ugly. "Hihi, why is your Misty school full of trash that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? First, there was He Tianshu, and now there is you. Do you think you can resist more than He Tianshu? Martial nephew Zhong, think about He Tianshu's appearance. If you wait until that point, your life will be ruined. What fun will there be?" Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's words, Zhong Xiaohu's face changed slightly. However, this matter was not only related to his brother, but also to the people of the Misty School who were implicated by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How could he say it? Zhong Xiaohu almost believed it. Even if he told the whole thing now, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong might not believe him. He only wanted what he wanted. -3. Chapter 706. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohu was stubborn and did not tell him what he wanted to know, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was not surprised. He took half a step back and waved his hand. Several law enforcement disciples came up from behind. They lifted Zhong Xiaohu up and hung him straight on the torture instrument, just like Bai Huan. Zhong Xiaohu's major acupoints were sealed and his limbs were weak, so he could only be at the mercy of the law enforcement disciples. After they put him down, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Zhong, I don't want to embarrass you. After all, you are different from He Tianshu. You are a famous figure in the Misty Hall and also a direct disciple of Wen Wenhai. If you can cooperate with me and tell me the secret about the beast tide, I will let you go immediately. We will still have a harmonious relationship as uncle and nephew. In the future, our hall will also take care of you." Zhong Xiaohu looked at him indifferently, with a kind of disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong tactfully shut up and did not want to say another word. He turned to the law enforcement disciples and said, "Let him have a taste of the punishment of our fragrance cult." A law enforcement disciple stepped forward and picked up a long, half-foot-long steel needle from the blood-stained stone table. He walked up to Zhong Xiaohu, tore open Zhong Xiaohu's clothes, aimed at his armpit, and was about to stab him. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong paid attention to the changes in Zhong Xiaohu's expression. Seeing that the steel needle was about to pierce into his body, Zhong Xiaohu just narrowed his eyes and prepared himself for the pain. He did not seem to want to beg for mercy at all. Feeling a little angry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." The law enforcement disciple stopped. Then Deputy Hall Chief Zhong said, "Don't make him bleed first. Didn't Hall Chief Yang say that she wants to ask more questions? Let's pick up the ones who won't get hurt first." "Yes." The law enforcement disciple threw away the steel needle and raised his hand to touch one of Zhong Xiaohu's acupoints. In an instant, Zhong Xiaohu felt a kind of numbness and swelling, as if crazy ants were biting his bones. Zhong Xiaohu twisted his body hard, trying to get rid of this unbearable feeling. He also gritted his teeth. After a long while, Zhong Xiaohu's face turned pale and large beads of sweat appeared on his head. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "How about it? Zhong Xiaohu, have not tasted this feeling? To tell you the truth, this is just the beginning. It's just an appetizer. If you agree, we'll stop now and let you redeem yourself. Otherwise, hey, there are still many more dishes waiting for you. Think about He Tianshu, he's your role model." Zhong Xiaohu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to make a sound. He stared fiercely at Zhong Pei. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong continued, "Don't try to be brave. Although we won't make you bleed today, that might not be the case in the future. As for Hall Chief Yang, she can protect you now, but she can't protect you forever. As long as you don't say anything, I will use different methods to deal with you. When my patience runs out, not to mention seeing blood, even your life will be hard to protect. After saying this, he no longer hesitated and turned his head. You guys, take out your best skills and serve this Misty School's direct disciple well. Then, he said to Zhao Jian, you stay here and watch. I will go and ask the 2 female disciples. Hearing this, Zhao Jian smiled and bowed. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, don't worry. Once Zhong Xiaohu speaks, I will immediately report to you. Zhong Pei nodded and walked away. The entire prison cell was filled with screams that Zhong Xiaohu tried his best to hold back, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. After an unknown period of time, the whole cell fell into silence. When Zhong Xiaohu woke up from his coma, the whole cell was empty. Only the torch on the wall was still burning. Zhong Xiaohu raised his head with great difficulty and looked around in exhaustion. At this moment, although he didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, the inside of his body, regardless of whether it was his internal organs or his limbs, they were all filled with pain. It was an unbearable pain. He let out a few soft groans and let out a sigh in his heart. He really didn't expect that his choice at that time would bring him such a big disaster. However, thinking of the surprise and joy of the disciples when they saw the magic herb in the carriage in the afternoon, Zhong Xiaohu couldn't help but think, if I were given another choice, I would still do the same. But I don't know if Chang'e and Chen Chen have encountered the same thing. When Zhong Xiaohu thought of Chang'e, his heart ached. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Won't it be more serious if she suffers more? Just as he was thinking about it, a soft sizzle sound suddenly rang out in the quiet prison cell. Zhong Xiaohu raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. It was a figure who had pushed open the iron door of the prison cell and walked in softly. When the person came closer, Zhong Xiaohu saw it clearly. Wasn't it Zhao Jian, Senior Zhao? When Zhong Xiaohu saw him, he didn't say anything and lowered his head. He didn't see him. Zhao Jian walked in front of Zhong Xiaohu and said earnestly, Junior brother Zhong, you know that I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Vice Hall Master Zhong is a figure on Lingxiang Peak. If he wants to know, you have to tell him even if you don't want to. You'd better tell him everything you know. Not only can you avoid physical pain, but you can also win his favor. Isn't this the best of both worlds? With that, he walked closer and whispered, Junior brother Zhong's situation of falling into the wolf pack and escaping from the wolf pack is very different from mine. This is strange. Do you think the 2 of us encountered the same pack of blood wolves? Zhong Xiaohu rolled his eyes and looked at him, still ignoring him. Zhao Jian looked around and raised his voice. He smiled and said, since Junior brother Zhong is so benevolent and keeps the secret of the Misty School a secret, then I can only help you. With that, he stretched out his finger and gathered internal force on the tip of his finger. His hand was like lightning, aiming for Zhong Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point. When Zhong Xiaohu saw this, he was startled and said angrily, you. But in the next moment, Zhao Jian raised his hand and sealed Zhong Xiaohu's mute acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to speak. However, the finger that was aiming for Zhong Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point also stopped in the air. Zhao Jian stared at the acupuncture point and gritted his teeth. His expression changed again and again, as if he couldn't make up his mind. Zhong Xiaohu, who was on the torture rack, looked at the finger that had stopped on his Achilles' heel. His heart was also uneasy. His body was constantly twisting, afraid that Zhao Jian would press down and instantly kill him. Hee. Seeing Zhong Xiaohu's struggle, Zhao Jian laughed as if he had already made up his mind. He said, what's wrong? Junior brother Zhong, you're also afraid of death. Then, shouldn't you say what you want to say? Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu gradually stopped struggling. He raised his head and stared fiercely at Zhao Jian. Pa. Zhao Jian raised his hand and gave Zhong Xiaohu a slap. He sneered and said, am I very handsome? Do I need you to stare at me like that? Then, he moved closer to Zhong Xiaohu's ear and whispered, don't worry, I'm so handsome. I'll definitely gain junior sister Chang'e's favor. After you die, I'll take care of her. Zhong Xiaohu was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhao Jian's face. Zhao Jian only tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Then, he didn't hesitate and used his internal energy to slap Zhong Xiaohu's dantian. He destroyed Zhong Xiaohu's dantian, and the 20 years of cultivation that Zhong Xiaohu had just obtained immediately disappear. After being tortured for an entire night, Zhong Xiaohu was already weak. Now that his dantian was destroyed, his decades of cultivation would go down the drain. Furthermore, he would be a cripple in the future. He immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fainted again. Seeing Zhong Xiaohu faint, Zhao Jian undid his mute acupoint and sighed. He muttered to himself, "You're lucky. If it wasn't for the Hall Master's orders and me being afraid of exposing myself, how could I still let you live in this world? He, but you've already lost your internal energy. Can you still withstand the torture of the law enforcement disciples? At that time, I won't know who killed you." Then, he laughed and walked out of the cell. Only the fainted Zhong Xiaohu and a few burning torches were left. At the other end of the dungeon, in a rather large cell, Yang Ruping sat on a chair and Aunt Qin stood beside her. In front of them, on a dilapidated execution platform, Chen Chen sat cross-legged and rubbed his wrist. Beside him was a rope that had been torn into several pieces. "You said that the disciples of the Misty Hall were all hiding in the woods. If there weren't two strange horse neighs, those blood wolves wouldn't have found you." Yang Ruping frowned and asked, "Do Zhong Xiaohu and Chang'e know about this?" "Of course they know. Hallmaster, we heard it with our own ears." "That's right, senior sister Chang'e's injuries haven't recovered yet. If she's tied up like this, won't her injuries worsen? You must take good care of her. You little girl, instead of thinking about yourself, you're thinking about other people. Senior sister Chang'e and senior brother Zhong protected me when the blood wolves attacked. If it weren't for the two of them, I would have been food for the blood wolves. Naturally, I have to think about them. And senior brother Zhong, I don't know how he is now. Alas, Zhong Pei took out the token of the hierarch and captured the three of you here. I can't do anything. Chang'e is fine. She's right next to you. Zhong Pei doesn't dare to touch her. It's a pity that Zhong Xiaohu will suffer physical pain. Hall Master, senior brother Zhong is a good person. You must save him." Chen Chen was shocked and begged bitterly. Aunt Qin also said, "Hall Master Yang, since you already know that there are many suspicious points, why don't you ask Zhong Xiaohu first, or tell Zhong Pei about this and let him know?" Yang Ruping smiled bitterly. "Zhong Pei may not know. It's because he knows that he dares to do this. Didn't you hear what he said? Finding the cause of the beast tide is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the incense cult. This is enough to make him hot-headed and do a lot of incredible things. He also has the token of the hierarch. I have no suitable reason to stop him." -3. Chapter 707. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ruping smiled and said, "I've already told him that I need to ask Zhong Xiaohu personally. If I don't go, he won't be able to be ruthless. After all, if he leaves me aside, he will be the first to lose his reason. In the future, he won't be able to gain the upper hand." Aunt Qin listened thoughtfully, but there was some worry in her eyes. When Chen Chen heard this, he didn't understand at all. He was only thinking about how to tell Yang Ruping the reason that his senior brother and senior sister had made up. Yang Ruping underestimated Zhong Pei and didn't expect Zhao Jian to be so vicious. Just when she thought that everything was under control, Zhong Pei had already made a ruthless move, wanting to get what he wanted from Zhong Xiaohu's mouth. Zhao Jian wanted to kill him, but after weighing the pros and cons, he took a step back and crippled Zhong Xiaohu's internal strength. After all, there were many ways to interrogate. It was inevitable to make a mistake. Even if Zhong Pei knew, what was done could not be undone. At most, he would be scolded. Perhaps, this would be to his advantage. He might even be rewarded. In the next few days, the disciples that Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei sent to Lingering Fragrance Peak didn't return, nor did they send any orders. Yang Ruping only protected Chang'e and Chen Chen from being tortured, but Zhong Xiaohu in another part of the dungeon suffered a great punishment. Since his dantian was broken by Zhong Xiaohu that day, Zhong Xiaohu's decades of cultivation had been lost. However, the major acupoints on his body hadn't been opened, so the law enforcement disciples didn't realize that his internal strength had been crippled. They still took turns to torture him, and Zhong Xiaohu also wanted it. From the initial screams to the later groans, he clenched his teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't make a sound. At first, Zhao Jian was worried that his shady methods would be discovered. However, after 2 days, there was no movement. He became even bolder and followed behind the law enforcement disciples. Sometimes, he would even personally go into battle to practice his interrogation techniques. On the 7th day, the disciples sent by Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei came back and said that they had already explained the reason to the inner sect disciples. The disciples also reported this matter to the sect master, but the sect master didn't give any instructions and just asked them to come back. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what kind of medicine the cult leader was selling in his gourd. Yang Ruping even wanted to personally go to Lingxiang Peak to ask, but she was afraid that as soon as she left Shushin Peak, Zhong Xiaohu and the others' lives would be in danger. On the other hand, when Zhong Pei heard his disciples' report, he couldn't help being wild with joy. Wasn't this an obvious signal? The cult leader agreed with his point of view and did not bring back any instructions, which was tacit approval. Therefore, Zhong Pei seemed to have seen the cult leader's smiling face on Lingering Fragrance Peak when he was at Shushin Peak, which made him even more energetic. It didn't matter if he was full of energy, but Zhong Xiaohu was unlucky. In the first 7 days, Zhong Pei was still very restrained. He only asked the law enforcement disciples to use some methods that couldn't see the scars so that he could give an explanation to Yang Ruping. Now that he had the cult leader's tacit approval, he seemed to be more unscrupulous. The first thing he did was to serve Zhong Xiaohu with a poisonous whip. 72 lashes, he whipped Zhong Xiaohu's body until it was badly mutilated and he fainted a few times. Poor Zhong Xiaohu. He was already 25 years old. When had he ever been subjected to such a cruel punishment? Even when he came from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City, he had to endure the supercilious looks and difficulties of others. It was just some of the fickleness of the human world. Later, when he became a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was flattered by others, which was hard to come by. Then, when the Misty School was destroyed, although he was a direct disciple, his martial arts were weak. He fought with others for only a few moves before his acupoints were sealed and he was kicked to the side. Others died, but he only had the oily skin on his head broken. The most dangerous thing was the battle with the blood wolf in the Yulan Grand Canyon. He almost died in the wolf's belly. But even in that battle, there was a long song by his side. There was the lingering beauty and the heart-stirring heroic spirit. It only highlighted the heroic struggle between man and beast. In this dark and gloomy dungeon, all his martial arts were crippled and he became a useless person who could no longer practice martial arts. A few days ago, he was still full of heroic spirit and almost wanted to point out the world. But now, he had fallen from the clouds into the swamp. The smelly mud polluted his mouth and nose, making Zhong Xiaohu breathless. He really wanted to die. On the other hand, his body was also going through unprecedented torture from inside out. The pain made him faint a few times every day. This pain directly hit his heart and made his heart stronger. One time, when he woke up from his coma, he felt the disappointment in his heart and the pain in his body. Suddenly, a sentence came into Zhong Xiaohu's mind: for a person of great power, he must first suffer hardships in his heart, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin and empty his body. Wasn't this what Li Jinfeng often said? When Zhong Xiaohu heard it, he didn't understand. When he understood the meaning, he felt that it was pedantic. He only thought that it was a scholar working behind closed doors. But now, when he thought about it, it was like sweet dew that moistened his withered heart and killed the gradually budding will to die. Thus, this whipping, this torture, in Zhong Xiaohu's eyes, gradually became a method to train him. His will became stronger and stronger under this test. Zhong Xiaohu, this seedling that had never experienced wind and rain, was now gradually growing under the ravages of Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian. Just as Zhong Xiaohu was being whipped in the dungeon of Shushan Peak, Zhong Xiaohua on Tianmu Peak was also being ravaged. However, the person who was ravaging Zhong Xiaohua was not anyone else, but himself. That day, after Zhong Xiaohua killed Deputy Hall Master Shu, he escaped back to Tianmu Peak. The next morning, he met Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu who came to visit. He thought that the news had been leaked, but looking at the two of them, it was nothing out of the ordinary. But after the two of them left, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Since he was pretending to be injured, then he could only pretend till the end to avoid attracting the attention of Tianmu Peak or Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, Zhong Xiaohua's meridians were healing day by day and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had yet to appear. Even the disciples of Baiyu Peak's Pill Expanding Hall didn't come to Tianmu Peak to test Zhong Xiaohua. This put Zhong Xiaohua in a difficult position. He had no choice. Every day when he woke up, he looked at his healed meridians and internal injuries. He could only forcefully circulate his internal energy to expand his meridians or use other methods to aggravate his injuries to ensure that he was injured. Day after day of destruction, until 7 days later, there was still no news or movement. On this day, Zhong Xiaohua was furious. Every time he injured himself, he would recover extremely quickly the next day. In the past few days, the recovery speed of his meridians had sped up again. It seemed that the meridians in his body had adapted to his injuries. Fine, I don't care who it is. This Xiaoxia is already like this. If it really doesn't work, I will learn from Huan and find a place to hide. Who would have the patience to serve you? Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. Hence, he didn't create any more obstacles. His injuries healed rapidly day by day. Could it be that something went wrong? Deputy Hall Master Shu's corpse wasn't discovered. Or he wasn't killed. That can't be right. If he wasn't killed, wouldn't I be in danger? The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak should have come long ago. If he wasn't discovered, then who took him away? I remember that the restriction was removed at that time. Every time Zhong Xiaohua thought of this peaceful scene, his imagination would run wild. Alas, Zhong Xiaohua had overestimated his own influence and underestimated the strength of the Lingering Fragrance cult. Zhong Xiaohua was just a little medicine boy of Tianmu Peak. Even if he had saved a few disciples of Tuo Dan Hall, in the eyes of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it wasn't a matter at all. It was absolutely insignificant. It was even more impossible for them to link him with Deputy Hall Master Shu's death. Moreover, he was seriously injured the moment he returned to Tianmu Peak. Even if Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu knew a little about the grudge between Deputy Hall Master Shu and Zhong Xiaohua, it was only a fleeting thought in their minds. He was injured to the point of vomiting blood. How could he run to Baiyu Peak to kill someone? Even if he wasn't injured, one was an inner disciple while the other was a little medicine boy. This was absolutely not proportionate. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua had wasted such a long time in vain. They simply didn't put him in the scope of suspicion. Moreover, the news of Deputy Hall Master Shu's death had spread to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lingering Fragrance Peak was naturally quite shocked. After all, there were only a few people who could be a Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master Shu's martial arts was also high. His inexplicable death naturally aroused suspicion. However, Deputy Hall Master Shu originally had a background. Although he was usually very careful, there would always be some clues in the place where he lived. How could the inner disciples and disciplinary hall's disciples not find any clues if they carefully checked? Therefore, it was very easy for them to treat Deputy Hall Master Shu's death as something related to the Lingering Fragrance cult and other sects. Since their starting point was wrong, of course they wouldn't find Zhong Xiaohua's head. On this day, Zhong Xiaohua stretched his body as he walked out of the house. Immediately, several disciples gathered in front of him. They were all laughing and talking at the same time. Junior Brother Ren, have you rested well? Junior Brother Ren, how is your body recovering? I have here the great revitalizing pill from Lingering Fragrance Peak. How about I give it to you first? When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he immediately had a headache. Since a few days ago, Zhong Xiaohua's body had recovered. There were often many disciples who came to his small house to express their concern. It couldn't be said that these disciples were not sincere. They didn't really want Zhong Xiaohua to recover quickly. However, when Zhong Xiaohua saw their slightly exaggerated expressions and charming smiles, his heart was extremely uncomfortable. If one wanted to stand out, one should rely on one's own strength. If one only climbed up the thigh of others, it would not be one's own and it would not be up to them. Others just shook their legs and you would fall down. This was not the right way. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions, senior brothers. Little brother's injuries have been controlled. I will slowly recuperate. Senior brothers, please do your own things." I just heard from senior brother Lu that headmaster Chen might come in a while. If he saw you, it would be inappropriate for senior brothers. -3. Chapter 708. When the disciples heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They said, "Ayo, if junior brother hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. There's still ginger soup simmering on the fire. Don't let it dry up. I'll take my leave first." That's right. After hearing junior brother's words, I just remembered that this recover pill seems to be a pill from the Daylin Temple. Did I take the wrong one? If I let junior brother take it, wouldn't it be a big problem? I'll go back and see if there's any other pills like the Yuhuandan pill. Yes, my stomach hurts a little. I might have eaten something bad just now. It didn't take long for them to all leave. At this time, Lu Chaoxian came out from not far away with a smile. He said, "Junior brother Ren, when did I tell you that Headmaster Chen was coming?" Zhong Xiaohua was baffled. He looked at the sky and the ground. He said, "When did I say that you said that?" "Ha ha ha," Lu Chaoxian laughed. "Who knows?" However, the smile on his face faded. He said seriously, "Actually, these junior brothers are also pitiful people. They just want you to protect them. If junior brother has the power, don't let them down. You can't always be alone on Tianmu Peak. If you don't have a few brothers to support you, you won't be able to achieve anything." Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at Lu Chaoxian. He said, "I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have the potential to be a doghead military advisor." Then, he copied Lu Chaoxian and said seriously, "If it was at Yulan dusk, I could protect them. It's just for a few days. Moreover, it's a matter of life and death. But if I protect them now, it's not a matter of a few days. I've always been free and undisciplined. I'm used to being free and unfettered. How can I care so much? Since you don't have such thoughts, don't let others think about it. It's pointless to let Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalang worry." Lu Chaoxian was silent when he heard this. He really hoped that Zhong Xiaohua would be able to stand up and become the next head like the other disciples. Given Zhong Xiaohua's kind heart, he would definitely treat the Tianmu Peak disciples well. As for himself, based on his friendship with Zhong Xiaohua, which was different from others, his life would definitely be smooth sailing in the future, and his status would rise along with the tide. Unfortunately, everyone had their own ambitions. Zhong Xiaohua only gave a simple explanation, but Lu Chaoxian knew that Zhong Xiaohua did not care about Tianmu Peak's position. He could only smile and say, "Junior apprentice brother Ren has great ambitions, but it's a pity that the other junior apprentice brothers don't know about it. Sooner or later, they will come and make a fuss." Zhong Xiaohua giggled. "This is really too simple. I stayed here previously because my injuries were more serious. I needed senior brother Lu and the rest to take care of me. Although my injuries have not fully recovered, they are much more stable now. Senior brother also knows that internal injuries need to be carefully nursed. There must be a secluded environment. Although this place is good, it is also very lively. I would like to ask senior brother to report to Headmaster Chen that I will move back to the top of Tianmu Peak today. I am used to the cave there. It is a good place to recuperate. Junior brother Bai Huan has not returned. Others will not know what you are doing on the mountain alone." Lu Chaoxian was shocked and dissuaded her. "If Bai Huan comes back, it will be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself, but her words were firm. Lu Chaoxian was helpless. After saying a few words, he turned to ask Chen Feng for instructions. Zhong Xiaohua wandered around the empty space a few times. No one had been keeping an eye on the pavilion in the distance for several days. Zhong Xiaohua guessed that the news of Vice Hall Master Shu's death had reached the ears of Wuju Ruins and the others, so there was no need for these eyes and ears to exist. Not long after, Lu Chaoxian turned back and smiled. Headmaster Chen is busy. At first, he did not agree for you to return to the peak. Later on, he nodded and said that I should accompany you. What do you think? Zhong Xiaohua was delighted. That's good. In the past, Senior Brother Bai took care of most of the medicine farm work on Tianmu Peak. I was worried about how I could handle it alone. Now that Senior Brother Lu is there, I am so lazy. Ha ha. Lu Chaoxian laughed and patted her shoulder. Bai Huan wants to be lazy. What he can do, your Senior Brother Lu can do even more. After he finished speaking, he went in to help Zhong Xiaohua pack her things. Zhong Xiaohua had always been meditating. She did not even unpack her bedding. After Lu Chaoxian entered the hut, he came out empty-handed. He shrugged. Junior brother, you are very simple. I wonder if the bedding on the peak is still there. It is. Tianmu Peak is not a good place. I wonder if Headmaster Chen still sent people there. Who would take away my bedding? You don't say. Headmaster Chen really forgot that there is no one on duty on the peak. The pile of work is still left for junior brother Ren. Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua laughed. Let's go. Let's go up the mountain to work. After she finished speaking, she walked out and headed straight for the peak. Lu Chaoxian smiled and followed behind her. Heaven Eye Peak was no different from usual. In just a few days, Zhong Xiaohua's ascension and descent had changed everything. In the hut on the peak, Bai Huan's belongings were still placed in an orderly manner. Their owner was no longer around. Zhong Xiaohua stood on the peak and looked around. She sighed in her heart. Then, she returned to the cave and reminded Lu Chaoxian not to disturb her if there was nothing urgent. After placing a restriction on the cave, Zhong Xiaohua escaped into the elixir chamber. Everything was no different from before. Zhong Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was as if there was only free breathing in the heaven and earth here. Sitting cross-legged in the elixir chamber, Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she immersed her divine sense into her belt, intending to take out all the jade boxes. However, after looking at them and looking at the size of the elixir chamber, she dispelled this idea. Zhong Xiaohua was the biggest winner in this valley orchid dusk refinement. Not to mention the black and white fruit that was like a yin-yang fish, not to mention the golden lotus fire seed, not to mention the 10,000 years stalactite milk. Even the herbs that the Pill Tower Hall disciples brought back and the herbs that the Misty Hall disciples picked were extremely considerable. How could the elixir chamber hold them all? After tidying up the jade boxes and other items, Zhong Xiaohua was happy but also a little sad. From Lu Chaoxian's mouth, she already knew that in this valley orchid dusk refinement, other than the female inner sect disciples who did not suffer much loss, all the other halls were completely annihilated. Even Wu Ming, a dignified outer sect disciple, almost died. Thinking of the nearly 500 lives of the Pill Tower Hall, wouldn't the entire fragrance cult have lost thousands of lives in the Valley Orchid? But immediately, Zhong Xiaohua thought of the tragic death of Black Lightning. Needless to say, this was definitely the doing of the lingering Fragrance Peak's consecrators or elders. They did escape, but angered Yellow Wind and caused a beast tide, burying thousands of disciples in the stomachs of the beasts. Every drink and every peck, perhaps it is fate. Every cause and effect must be borne by someone. The Tao of life and death, the Tao of karma, is nothing more than this. A merciful heart filled Zhong Xiaohua's heart. His heart moved, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He did not even take out the primordial stones. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind directly welcomed the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Zhong Xiaohua woke up from his meditation. He only felt that the previously unfathomable heavenly Tao seemed to have become much clearer. A kind of intimacy hit him in the face, as if the countless resplendent stars in the sky were like the stones he played with when he was young, clearly and incomparably intimate. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved, and secretly said, could it be that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao is the same as the cultivation of a mental cultivation method, and there are many realms? Before he had time to ponder, his heart moved, and he escaped from the alchemy room. Just as he appeared in the cave, he heard an anxious call from the outer sect. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. Listening to the voice, it was Lu Chaoxian. This senior brother Lu had always respected him. If it was not an urgent matter, he would definitely not disturb his cultivation. Could it be the matter of Bai Yefeng? Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. But when he released his divine sense, there was only Lu Chaoxian outside the cave. Strange, could it be another trap for me to jump into? Zhong Xiaohua unconsciously began to feel suspicious. Zhong Xiaohua came out of the cave, looked up at the sun, and said with a smile, Senior brother Lu, you came back quite quickly. This little brother just slept, and seeing that the time is still early, I wonder why you called this little brother. The time is still early. Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhong Xiaohua, and after he came back to his senses, he said in surprise, Junior brother Ren, could it be that you overslept? You entered the cave the day before yesterday and did not come out. Yesterday, when I tidied up the medicine field, I did not see you come out to help. If not for Bai Yefeng's messenger coming today, I may not have come to call you. The day before yesterday? Zhong Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that while he was absent-mindedly comprehending the heavenly Tao, 2 days had already passed. The immortal Tao has no sense of time. Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. Cough, cough. Zhong Xiaohua coughed twice to cover up, little brother's body is weak, and needed to rest. The mountain is quiet, and I slept for so long. I made senior brother Lu wait for a long time. Oh, right. Did Bai Yefeng's messenger say what it was? This. Lu Chaoxian frowned, I don't know, but seeing the messenger's face, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Zhong Xiaohua was startled, secretly saying, it can't be that he really found some clues. Then he rolled his eyes, wondering if he should follow Lu Chaoxian down the mountain. To be honest, as long as Zhong Xiaohua burrowed into the ground, who would be afraid of the fragrant cult in this vast world? However, if he did so, he was afraid that he would be the enemy of the fragrant religion in the future, and would be hunted down by the fragrant religion's worshippers and elders. According to the dead deputy hall leader Shu, the worshippers all practiced immortal Tao, and might have some unique spells. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's face changing, Lu Chaoxian laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly realized, thinking, he has a guilty conscience. As expected, every bush and tree is an enemy. If Bai Yefeng wanted to catch someone, why would he be so nervous? So he laughed, senior brother Lu actually knows how to joke, then little brother will entertain you. Lu Chaoxian shook his head, no, I just saw Bai Yefeng's reward and was a little jealous. -3. Chapter 709. Reward. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Lu Chaoxian who was still trying to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and secretly said, Big brother, you have to make it clear. I almost ran away just now. This is really not a joke. Immediately, he piled a smile on his face and said, What reward? Does senior brother Lu know? I don't know about this. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, in the past, it was just herbs and elixirs, and only a cart was dragged here. This time it is a little different, and junior brother Ren's contribution is quite big, so it is even more impossible to guess. But then, he said mysteriously, I heard from the disciple who went up the mountain that the person who came was junior brother Ren's old friend, so there should be a generous reward. Old friend? Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Junior Uncle Yang is here? It seems that he is really looking forward to it. What reward can there be? Zhong Xiaohua said that he was looking forward to it, but in his heart, he was disdainful. Even if it was elixirs, even if it was spiritual grass, or even a bestowed cultivation method, he didn't care about it. But when Zhong Xiaohua saw Yang Yaro, he was shocked by the reward that Yang Yaro mentioned. What? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. Sending me to Shushan Peak? The peak where Ethereal Hall is located? When he saw Zhong Xiaohua's strange expression, Yang Yaro felt extremely guilty as he said, "Dear nephew, there is no need to be anxious. I know that the Shushan Peak is extremely dangerous. The dozen or so disciples from our pill-expanding hall were bullied quite badly and a few of them even had their legs broken." However, as he said this, he picked up a small package from the small table next to him and handed it to Zhong Xiaohua. He said with a smile, "It's just that our Dan-spreading hall really doesn't have any disciples with high martial arts skills to go. Well, Master Chen and Wu Daling naturally can go, but they are the elites of the hall and have a lot of things to deal with. We can't let them go to Shushan Peak to play such a small role. Nephew, you've just come to the pill-sprouting hall. You should experience life at Shushan Peak and accumulate some experience. It should be beneficial for your future development. Moreover, the hall master has said that when you complete your task and return to the pill-sprouting hall, you will be given a suitable position. Oh, this is nephew's other rewards for refining Yulan Twilight. They are the Yuhuandan pill, spirit congealing pill and other pills used by Lingxiang Peak." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting, and she waved her hand again and again. "Martial Uncle Yang, you really think too highly of nephew." No, Hall Master really thinks too highly of this disciple. What kind of people are the Ethereal Hall? They are all fierce and fiendish. Many of the previous disciples were not able to do it, let alone me. I have little talent and knowledge, and am not good at the affairs of pill-expanding hall. When I go to Shushan Peak, it will inevitably delay the affairs of the hall. Martial Uncle Yang, please go back and let Hall Master think about it and find someone better." Yang Yaro smiled and said, "Nephew, you must be joking. How can Hall Master's order be changed just like that? Moreover, nephew managed to escape from the Yulan Grand Canyon and even saved Lu Chaoxian and the others. Even in the First Faith Peak, your martial arts are considered to be one of the best. Moreover, nephew was also saved by a disciple of the First Faith Peak and can be considered to have some relationship with the First Faith Peak. This task can only be assigned to you." I can't go. Zhong Xiaohua still shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yaro took out a small bag from his arms and opened it. Inside were 2 tokens. He picked up one of them and said, "Nephew, Hall Master has already thought of your excuse. This is the Hall Master's token of our pill-expanding hall. If you take it, it means that Hall Master has personally come. If you encounter any danger on Shushan Peak, take it out. Maybe it can help you." Zhong Xiaohua reached out and took it, carefully looking at it and said, "Do the disciples of Shushan Peak give face to our pill-expanding hall? Is this token as useful as Martial Uncle Yang said?" Yang Yaro looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu who were accompanying her and chuckled, "Nephew, you are wrong. Do you think this token is useful on Shushan Peak or Baiyu Peak, Tianmu Peak or Three Reeds Peak?" Zhong Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Looking at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu's jealous eyes, she instantly understood. This token was said to be for her use on Shushan Peak, but in fact, it was for her use in Pill-Expanding Hall. In other words, it was another reward for her, a reward for using someone else's power. As long as she took this token, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the entire Pill-Expanding Hall? Zhong Xiaohua giggled and looked at the other token. It was much smaller than the one in Zhong Xiaohua's hand. Seeing this, Yang Yaro smiled and said, "This is also a token of our pill-expanding hall. With this token, you can go to Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, and other places to ask for a weapon, jade artifact, or other things. Consider it a form of compensation for your trip to Shushan Peak." Then, he stuffed the token into Zhong Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Nephew, you are really lucky. This old man thought that you had died in the stomach of a beast and was rather sad for a few days. I didn't expect to see you today. Valley Master Nai is really lucky." Valley Master Nai? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. What did this have to do with Rejuvenation Valley? Yang Yaro continued, To be honest, the Hall Master has been scratching his head for a long time about the Shushin Peak. A while ago, he was called to Lingering Fragrance Peak by the sect leader and scolded. This is not a good task. Even the Hall Master himself knows that you have made a great contribution to the pill-expanding hall and should be rewarded. However, the elixirs just now are sufficient. After considering various factors, it seems that you are the only one in the entire pill-expanding hall who is suitable to go to Shushin Peak. The Hall Master has no choice but to do this. The Hall Master thought for a long time before deciding on these 2 tokens. In this old man's opinion, you shouldn't decline anymore. Otherwise, the Hall Master will be angry even if it isn't good. Moreover, if you do well in front of the Hall Master, you can also build a good foundation for entering the outer sect. When you enter the outer sect, you can use the token to find a suitable weapon in Heaven and Earth Hall. Who knows, you might even be able to pass the outer sect test and enter the pugilistic world again in a few years' time. Then, Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her chin and thought for a long time. Then, she said in a negotiating tone, "Should I accept this task?" Of course. Yang Yarrow wasn't the only one who nodded. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu also laughed. Although this task is a bit of a headache, it's a great task compared to the favor of the Hall Master. At worst, the disciples of Shushin Peak will break your legs before you come back. Then I'll accept it. Zhong Xiaohua was still hesitant. Everyone fell down. Wu Zhoushu almost rushed up to strangle Zhong Xiaohua's neck. This is a good future in front of you. Why are you still pretending? If it were me, I would be willing to break my legs twice. After putting away the token and elixirs, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly said, "By the way, Masters Junior Yang, if I had agreed before, would you still give me this token?" Yang Yarrow looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu and shook his head. "I only follow the Hall Master's instructions. I can't say what if." He, Zhong Xiaohua secretly criticized. "This elder purple herb is really cunning. If I didn't refuse, he would have kept this token. This Xiaoxia is still the wisest. Where is Shushin Peak? Isn't that the purpose of this Xiaoxia coming to spread the incense cult? You sent this Xiaoxia over and even obediently gave me elixirs and a token. You really lost the wife and the soldiers. Pei, I'm not a woman." "What do you mean lost the wife?" Zhong Xiaohua was secretly delighted, but Chen Fengxiao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, congratulations. Although this job is a little difficult, you have a bright future ahead of you. You should give it a try. I think, with little brother's martial arts, you may not be at a disadvantage. Senior brother wishes you a smooth job, and a few years from now, you will also become the head of the family." Wu Zhoushu and the others also went up to congratulate him. Zhong Xiaohua's face was bitter as he dealt with them one by one. Finally, he heard Yang Yarrow say, "Nephew, this task is a bit rushed. Shushin Peak has been empty for a long time. Hall Master wants you to quickly pack up and go as soon as possible." "Then what do you mean? It's best to go now. So anxious. My injuries." Yang Yarrow smiled and said, "Actually, the Hall Master wanted this old man to come long ago, but considering nephew's injuries, he delayed it for a few days. White Mountain Peak is also very busy these days, so the Hall Master took time out of his busy schedule to let this old man come. After I send you to Shushin Peak, I have to quickly return to White Mountain Peak." Actually, Zhong Xiaohua was much more anxious than Yang Yarrow. Seeing that Yang Yarrow was urging him, he did not refuse anymore. Wu Zhoushu, who was beside him, said, "Little brother's mount has gone missing. Senior brother has a good horse here. I'll give it to you as a memento." Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. "That's great." Chen Feng laughed and rolled his eyes. "I also wanted to say this, but you beat me to it." Wu Zhoushu cupped his hands. "Little brother is still a member of your grass division. It's different from our pill division. Let me do this favor." Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard and went straight to the peak to pack up. Outside the hall, Lu Chaoxian had heard it long ago. His expression was half happy and half worried. He was happy that this little brother who had gone through life and death with him was favored by Hall Master. He would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Even he would be able to benefit from it. But he was worried that Shushan Peak was definitely not a good place. His junior brother was still young. Zhong Xiaohua accompanied Zhong Xiaohua to the peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian said a lot of things to pay attention to. He must have heard it from other people. Zhong Xiaohua found it funny. She was going home. How could there be such risks? She was also touched. After all, they had gone through life and death together. Some things were really different. She nodded in agreement to let Lu Chaoxian be at ease. When Zhong Xiaohua entered the cave, Lu Chaoxian hurriedly ran down the mountain. The disciples of Tianmu Peak still didn't know about Zhong Xiaohua's situation. It was fine if others didn't send them off. But senior brother Wang and the other disciples who were saved by Zhong Xiaohua had to be sent off. -3. Chapter 7:10. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhong Xiaohua educated him again. Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack you, what would you call it just now? You. The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, Brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the Fragrant School is bullying people in our Shushan Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us. Then, he said to Zhong Xiaohua, Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of. After that, he turned to the disciples and said, Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls. Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap, slap, slap. He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then, he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhong Xiaohua said disdainfully, I used to hear the senior brothers talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I thought they were the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall were heroes. But now, it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. When the sneak attack failed, you still want to bet. When you lose the bet, you want to gang up on the disciple. What kind of behavior is this? This is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today, you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty? Then, she sighed and said, Forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this. After saying that, she shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. Before they could break out with the other disciples, they were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other 2 sects. During that time, they had seen many of their senior brothers being murdered. They had long regarded the disciples of the incense cult, the Righteous Alliance and the Daelin Temple as their enemies. Even now, in the incense cult, their hearts were still restless. As long as they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other halls who were on duty at the Shushan Peak to give them trouble. They didn't care if the disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time, they had already gotten used to it. Now that Zhong Xiaohua had said those words, their faces changed. It was unknown whether it was because they were ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhong Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered and didn't dare to look at Zhong Xiaohua. There were also a few who were eager to fight but no one dared to make the first move. In a hurry, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhong Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple that Zhong Xiaohua had thrown to the ground blushed. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's tall, thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Zhong Xiaohua, turned over, and knelt down. How could Zhong Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled. "Senior brother, what do you want? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give." The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised and smiled bitterly. "I am Liu Qiaogang of the Misty Hall. Junior brother, you are right. Let's not talk about the hidden weapon just now. Since I have lost the bet just now, I have to kowtow." This. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment with the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't think that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "The bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel down to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then, return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall." This. It was Liu Qiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling down, he was also hot-blooded and wanted to kneel down. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled down, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. He had lost a lot of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Liu Qiaogang sighed. It's hard to be a true hero. Then, he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "You are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other." At this moment, Liu Qiaogang thought of the purpose of Zhong Xiaohua's visit to the Shushin Peak. He smiled and said, "Senior Ren, please wait for a moment." After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to the Shushin Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were all happy. A few disciples came over and greeted Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then, she asked, "By the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhong Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now?" Zhong Xiaohu? When the disciples heard this name, their faces changed and their expressions became strange. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder. She asked, "Is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhong Xiaohu?" A disciple blinked and asked curiously, "Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhong's name?" Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "This one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhong Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulan Grand Canyon." "Huh? You are the disciple of the Pill Tower Hall that Senior Zhong rescued?" The disciples said in disbelief, "Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhong's. How could he be rescued by him? Haha, I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhong's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast." Then, she asked, "Is Senior Zhong in the Shushin Peak now? What happened?" This. The disciples hesitated and said, "Senior Zhong is indeed in the Shushin Peak, but after a long time, they couldn't say anything." Zhong Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time, Liu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. He then said with a smile, "Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up." Zhong Xiaohua didn't care who was coming to pick him up. She just asked, "What happened to Senior Zhong?" Liu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, "This. I can't tell you. But, Senior Zhong's situation is not good. Ian, I heard it from others. I didn't see it myself." Zhong Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction Zhong Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciple that Zhong Xiaohua saw in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Liu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, "The signal of an inner disciple? Could it be that an inner disciple came to the Shushan Peak to ask about the Yulan Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up." "I will." Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from the Shushan Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close, he saw Zhong Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, "Junior brother Liu, why did you send the signal of our sect?" Liu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyu Peak. I will inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up." Senior brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua unkindly and said, "How can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just need to stay here and watch him." At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples. They don't have time to pay attention to him. Anyway, we just need to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhong Xiaohua, Liu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhong Xiaohua would attack him in anger. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua with some apprehension. He saw that Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It is important to welcome the inner disciples. I will wait here." While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, "Forget it, junior fellow apprentice Liu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. We'd better hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples." After that, the group of disciples left Zhong Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask about the news of her second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad, she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the horse near Zhong Xiaohua. "Hey tilde." When Zhong Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. -3. Chapter 711. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Chen smiled and said, "Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhong Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Suhuan mental cultivation method, and with the help of the Suhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is even possible for him to reach the peak of the Suhuan mental cultivation method within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Chen. Chen said coldly, "Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue speaking after the sect leader's decree is passed on." Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that when Wenhai was about to stand up, the masked Chen immediately said, "Hero Zhong Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhong Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important." After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Chen. Chen quickly looked at Zhong Xiaohu. What choice did Zhong Xiaohu have? In his heart, he was just a cripple. What ethereal divine art, what Suhuan mental cultivation method, they had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus, he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Chen Chen smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Chen Chen. She then turned around and sat back in her seat. Then, he looked at Yang Rupiang and said with a smile, Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions, you can ask them now. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhong Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past. This. Yang Rupiang and Wen Wenhai were both shocked. However, Chen Chen waved his hand and said, don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort. Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, this might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhong Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Su Huan heart technique. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. Why did the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time, he heard the masked Chen Chen say, in addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhong Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he also agreed that Zhong Xiaohu can cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Su Huan Heart technique. Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhong Xiaohu must first cultivate the Su Huan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Rupiang and Wen Wenhai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your kindness. Good, good, good. The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily. Then, he glanced at Zhong Xiaohua who was sitting at the end of the table and said to Yang Rupiang, Master Yang, Ren Xiaoyaro of the Pill-Opening Hall was saved by Zhong Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zihei of the Misty Hall to set her bones. Now he has come to the Misty Hall to be a disciple on duty. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for his sake. This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Rupiang. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She naturally nodded and said yes. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua hurried forward to greet Yang Rupiang and Aunt Qin again and thanked Chen Chen. At this time, the masked Chen Chen said to him, Chen Chen, come here. Chen Chen was puzzled. He looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, what a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian. After that, he took out a jade pendant and threw it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen caught it and heard the masked Chen Chen say with a smile, well, I know you now. Chen Chen, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you. Chen Chen was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, he said softly, I just don't know. Sister's name is. This sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhong Xiaohua that day. The masked Chen Chen seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember. Zhong Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help but secretly curl her lips and sneer. Chen Chen said softly, then, Sister, please tell me. Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen said. Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me. Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen still said. Chen Chen was a little embarrassed and said, Yes, Chen Chen is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me. The masked Chen Chen suppressed the smile in his heart and said, Chen Chen. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, Junior Sister Chen, the messenger of Fragrance Peak is also called Chen Chen. Ah! Chen Chen exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth. The masked Chen Chen smiled and took her hand, saying, Chen Chen, in the future, you will be protected by Chen Chen in the fragrance cult. Chen Chen was also happy and bowed, Thank you, Sister Chen Chen. Ha ha ha. The masked Chen Chen turned to Yang Rupiang and said with a smile, Well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang. Yang Rupiang tried to persuade Chen Chen to stay but failed, so she led the disciples to send Chen Chen to Fragrance Peak. Zhong Xiaohua, as the representative of the pill-expanding hall, was also lucky to be there. When they were about to say goodbye, Chen Chen called Zhong Xiaohua to the front and asked in a low voice, Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, I don't think so. What's wrong? Chen Chen smiled mysteriously and said, You have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any thoughts, it's better to check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door, and you'll be at a loss. Zhong Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Chen Chen laughed and went down Shushin Peak. It was already late at night. In a small courtyard near the cliff of Shushin Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. He stood with his hands behind his back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall, Zhong Xiaohua. Chen Chen came to Shushin Peak to deal with the matter of Zhong Xiaohu. It only took him half a day to bring Zhong Pei back to Lingxiang Peak, put him to death, and gave Zhong Xiaohu a reward. After Chen Chen left, Aunt Qin ordered the disciples to make a good arrangement for Zhong Xiaohua. Because of Chen Chen's instructions to Yang Rupiang and seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was familiar with Chen Chen, the disciples of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect. However, the residence of the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the pill-expanding hall close to the Misty Hall just for Zhong Xiaohua. Therefore, when she saw the apologetic expression of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhong Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciples of the Misty Hall left, Zhong Xiaohua led his big black horse and David's deer into the courtyard. After a few days of living together, Huan Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. She could occasionally get close to them. At this time, when Zhong Xiaohua led her, she did not feel nervous. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, and there were a few small rooms. Zhong Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. Normally, he should be looking around the courtyard at this time, but first, it was late at night. Second, Zhong Xiaohu was seriously injured. When he heard from Chen Chen that the internal force in his meridians was completely gone, Zhong Xiaohua was worried. Therefore, he stood in the courtyard and thought about whether he should go and see his second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhong Xiaohua made an incantation and went underground. He went straight to the Misty Hall during the day. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua came to the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Rupiang and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhong Xiaohua sneaked into the Misty Hall and showed himself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the Misty Hall were flickering. Zhong Xiaohua did not find Zhong Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen. There were only Yang Rupiang and Aunt Qin. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but he heard Yang Rupiang say, Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the Misty Hall, Zhong Xiaohu's behavior was a little strange. I think, When he said this, he stopped. Aunt Chin asked, Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it. Deputy Hall Master Chin, don't you think that Zhong Xiaohu didn't refuse at all and directly accepted the Sutra of Yuhuan Heart? Did he want to accept sect leaders' goodwill and let the Misty School? Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. -3. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.